What did I cover at my witness? I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. The time is 1:35 in the afternoon. Here in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. Today, we are having the 6th of 8 performance oversight hearings of the Committee of the Whole. All of the council committees are having performance oversight hearings this month, next week, and I think the last week of January. And we do this every year in preparation for the mayor's submission of the budget, which is scheduled for April 2nd of this year. As I said, this is the 6th of 8 hearings. Tomorrow will be focused on education, and next Wednesday, the 4th, will be our 8th hearing, which will be focused on the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Today's hearing is solely with regard to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. This is a bit new for me. The OCFO, Office of the Chief Financial Officer, was under the jurisdiction of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. The council reorganized slightly in January, and responsibilities that had been with that committee have been distributed, and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer is now in the Committee of the Whole. So we will see how today's hearing goes with regard to that. We have quite a number of witnesses who signed up to testify, 33 before we get to the executive, and the executive in this case is Glenn Lee, the Chief Financial Officer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call witnesses until I have filled up the table, or I feel like I've gotten enough folks, assuming that some are testifying virtually. The record in this matter, typically we have the record open for 2 weeks. So if anybody wishes to submit a statement, they have until 5 p.m. 2 weeks from today to do that. That's anybody who's testifying today, anybody who's not testifying but wishes to submit a statement, 2 weeks. With that, let me start calling witnesses. Tazra Mitchell, Chief Policy and Strategy Officer with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Catherine Blanfield, Senior Advocacy Strategist with the Fair Budget Coalition. Charlotte Simpson. Sam Bonar, Policy Lead with the DC Community Wealth Builders. Online. Erica Wadlington, who is Vice President of Public Policy and Strategic Affairs with the DC Building Industry Association. Renee T. That's all I have here is first initial of the last name. Akwa Dankwa, who's a mom advocate with Mothers Outreach Network. Virtual. Linda Brown, who is also a mom advocate, Mothers Outreach Network. Angel Brand, mom advocate, Mothers Outreach Network. Dahlia Allen, Yasmin Holmes, both of those individuals, mom advocate with Mothers Outreach Network. Sharon Harris. I think I will stop there. So I called Tazra Mitchell. I believe she's not here. Catherine Lanfield.
Hello.
Oh. Ms. Harris, you're at the end of this list. Ms. Lanfield, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Catherine Lanfield, and I'm the Senior Advocacy Strategist at Fair Budget Coalition, where we fight for a fair, racially equitable budget. A just tax system is critical for our work. This is also why we are a member of the Steering Committee for the Just Recovery DC campaign. We have 5 tax policy recommendations this year. Broadly stated, we support improving the taxation of wealth, fixing structural problems in DC's tax and revenue system, ensuring that the tax system helps families to make ends meet, and lastly, removing unproven, ineffective, and inefficient tax cuts and business subsidies. All of the details on these recommendations, as well as links to research, are in my written testimony, and I welcome questions on any of these at the conclusion of this panel. But I'd rather sketch out the story of how we have gotten to such a difficult place. For the past few years, we hear from policymakers that we don't have revenue sufficient to fund all that communities need. While policymakers have made some very important efforts, it is clear that making these investments will require a better funding landscape and some different, bolder decisions. In 2022, we were told to wait for the work of the Tax Revision Commission to avoid making piecemeal decisions. As you well know, that process went off the rails in spite of having well-vetted, evidence-based tax policies to share. This breakdown denied policymakers the information you needed to update the tax system, to improve racial equity, and build economic resiliency and make the tax system fairer. We cannot afford a third budget season without serious consideration and implementation of these policies. Since FY24, the mayor has balanced the budget largely by retreating from progress on social programs that help working class families, things like housing, homelessness, healthcare, and many other essential services that help folks weather difficult times. We cannot function if the safety net is the primary target for savings, particularly when we see no shared sacrifice from wealthier residents. Last year, these cuts were accompanied by $1.5 billion in direct support to billionaire sports team owners. It is eminently clear that there's no amount of efficiency that policymakers can find to restore deep cuts. Choices, certainly, but ones that the mayor has been unwilling to make for the people. And with the federal government taking potshots at our laws and literally attacking our communities, we need the council and the mayor to stand in the breach, to care for our own, and to protect residents from an economic downturn, from displacement, from attacks by armed federal squads, and from a racially inequitable but balanced budget. Tax and revenue policy are essential for this protection. We need better revenue to fund programs, and we need a fairer, more resilient, and racially equitable tax code that doesn't privilege white wealth and burden those with lower incomes. As well, we need you to fight hard in defense of decoupling, both to defend our autonomy and our right to self-governance, but also our budget. We cannot afford a hit of $650+ million from cuts to the wealthiest among us. This is the time to stand up for our communities, not back down as the harms become ever more extreme. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Landfield. Are you Charlotte Simpson? Please proceed.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Charlotte Simpson, Award 5 Senior Resident for 58 years, a Fair Budget Coalition Constituent Leader Fellow, and Steering Committee member. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today regarding my concerns about public deals and fair taxes. I am urging the council to raise revenue by increasing the tax rates on the high income earners and on high capital gains of the wealthiest residents. This will ensure a much fairer tax system that will ensure righteous revenue for DC budget stability. Why this action is needed is that I have seen the negative impact of not having a fair tax system. We must achieve an equitable and just tax system that is feasible for all of us. It's imperative. We cannot keep having cuts to behavioral health, Medicaid, all of the healthcare systems, TANF, education, SNAP, and not enough vouchers for housing. People aren't getting the help they need to make ends meet, but there is too much concentrated wealth in DC to have this kind of budget, and it would not cause noticeable harm to the wealthy to pay their fair share to support this city. I have family members and neighbors who have been negatively impacted by the inadequacies of service and the safety net in DC. People have had to move to Maryland and West Virginia because they needed to go to a state with a lower cost of living, like so many other people. These were homes where families with children and grandchildren couldn't manage to care for them when the eldest transitioned, They were in dire need of money and had to sell their beautiful homes, which were torn down and replaced with high-dollar, poorly constructed condominiums that they cannot afford to reoccupy. There is only one original family left across the street and another down the block, other than myself. I was also not able to keep my place and be stable had I not gotten help from Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America, NACA. Their help really made a difference. They found that I had been paying an unreasonable rate and restructured my loan. They also discovered my deed had been sold and helped me process proper documentation to secure my ownership and have an affordable mortgage and interest rate. As it stands now, we continue to heavily burden the Black and Brown communities with covering the financial weight of the city through a non-racially equitable budget and an unjust tax system. I urge the council to do a better job taxing wealth and those with the highest incomes to raise revenue for a stronger budget. I support the tax recommendations of the Fair Budget Coalition. I thank you for your time and to listen to the concerns of the community. We're open for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Sam Bonar, who I believe is virtual.
Hello, my name is Sam Bonner. I am testifying on behalf of the DC Community Wealth Building Coalition, which is a coalition dedicated to shifting the district's economic development model towards community ownership, democratic governance, and locally rooted wealth, simply about unlocking economic power of collaboration and cooperatives. First, I just want to briefly thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for your clarity in stating that Congress missed its deadline to overturn our tax law. I urge you and the rest of your colleagues to stand firm, especially given the recent legal opinion today from the Attorney General, and to pressure the CFO to not back down from that. But back to our coalition. So as I said, our coalition works to unlock the economic power of collaboration and cooperatives. Because the district's current economic development strategy has failed to deliver for the communities that need it most, and really failed, even now it's starting to fail on its stated goals of growing our tax base. But grocery stores don't come east of the river, no matter how much incentives we give them, and we remain perpetually short of deeply, permanently, and family-sized affordable housing, amongst many other things. When we do subsidize development, the public costs are staggering. For the coming RFK development, the total incentives and subsidies amount to more than $230,000 per job created by the commanders, the vast majority of which are temporary. And RFK is not unique. Project after project, we offer enormous public subsidies to attract and retain these big corporate developers or wealthy folks, and then credit that corporation with creating the job without asking whether those jobs would exist without the subsidy, whether we should really be attributing job creation to that corporation rather than the taxpayer, and most importantly, how many more permanent, locally rooted jobs that aren't just going to leave we could have created by investing those same resources in local businesses and cooperative or shared back-end infrastructure. We need new tools, and the most relevant tool I want to discuss today at this hearing, since it falls within the CFO's purview, is the potential for a public bank. So the OCFO manages hundreds of millions of dollars in public cash reserves. Today, those reserves sit in private banks, where those banks earn interest revenue and decide which loans get made, decisions that rarely prioritize our community's needs. A DC-owned public bank would redirect that capital. Instead of letting private institutions profit from our deposits, we would use them to finance the development of our community that our communities actually need, whether that's deeply affordable housing, grocery stores, childcare, permanently affordable, commercial space, support for local business, or just third spaces, gathering spaces, parks, those types of things. There's all these alley lots that right now nothing happens with. A bank can actually leverage its equity at roughly 10 to 1, meaning 100 million in equity, and I know we have a couple hundreds of millions in our reserves, could support 1 billion in loans. A public bank can also refinance municipal debt at lower rates than those available on the private bond market. The critical point is this: a public bank does not require direct appropriation from the city's coffer the way most programs do, or the way that the Green Bank, which I think is a great idea, but the way that the Green Bank did to start it up. We already have this money sitting around, right? Obviously, it would require some money to actually do the setting up, but we're not really asking the district to spend new money into a new fund. It's a fund we already have. We're asking it to deploy the money it already has strategically through an institution designed to produce community outcomes, generate revenue back to the district without raising revenue, without raising taxes, which I know you don't always support, Chairman, and create flexible financing that enables mission-driven developers to compete. The city's cash reserves are already an asset. We're just right now letting someone else use them. And unlike a one-time grant or subsidy, the capital recycles, comes back and goes out again, building an ever-grower base of community investment. It's not a radical proposal. It's a practical one with over a century of evidence behind it. And in my testimony, which I've just submitted, you can see some of that. The biggest, most successful one is the Public Bank of North Dakota, which has been an incredible success and has generated revenue pretty much every year, even after the financial crisis.
I'm going to have to cut you off, Mr. Bernard, but I do have your statement, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we will hear from Erica Wadlington.
Thank you, sir. My name is Erica Wadlington. I am a Ward 5 resident and Vice President of the DC Building Industry Association. DCBIA is the leading voice of real estate development in the District of Columbia. We work daily to address the economic and physical challenges of building sustainable projects here in DC. DCBIA also recognizes the OCFO for its critical role in maintaining the district's financial foundation. In today's challenging market, predictable tax policy and administrative clarity directly influence whether housing and commercial projects can either move forward or even stall at all. With the OCFO now under the oversight of the committee, there are a few matters we would like you to consider. First, we encourage reinstatement of the exemption that previously allowed unincorporated businesses to reduce franchise tax liability following the sale and the dissolution of a business entity. This exemption was removed during the pandemic era budget process, and its absence has reduced liquidity and created hesitation among institutional investors who historically would rely on that treatment when deploying capital in DC. Second, our members continue to raise concerns regarding OTR's assessment of what fair market value for deed, transfer, and recordation taxes are. When a property sells for less than 30% of its assessed value, OTR does not recognize the arm's length sales price for a fair market value and instead relies on an assessment that may have been determined in a prior year. As a result, properties are taxed as if they retain value that the market has clearly rejected. Bill 396 before you, the Transfer Recordation Tax Appeals Amendment Act, was re-referred to the Committee of the Whole, and it creates a clear avenue for appeals based on the fair market value. However, it could be improved by addressing the issue before it even reaches appeal, by treating an arm's length sale price as fair market value when it falls below 30%. We also believe taxation of related party transfers should be addressed in this bill. Under current law, when an owner reorganizes or transfers property to a special purpose entity for financing or investment purposes, the district imposes full transfer and recordation taxes based on that assessed value, despite the absence of taxable consideration. DCBIA testified on this issue before the former CBED hearing back in November. We fully support this measure and ask that you move it forward. Third, we want to recognize OCFO and OTR for their engagement with us during the property tax reclassification for conversion projects process. When the Class 2 to Class 1A tax reclassification process was implemented, staff worked collaboratively with the industry to stand up an effective application process. And then earlier this year, when emergency legislation was near expiration, OCFO worked with us and your office to prevent a lapse in the implementation. We hope to continue that collaboration as the council considers funding this permanent reclassification program as it is contained in the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act. Although that law was effective as of October 1, OTR maintains that the section for this provision remains subject to appropriations. So we would love to see that provided in the FY27 budget. So in closing, lastly, I wanted to raise an issue regarding RIPTAC. While not on the committee's agenda today, our members remain concerned about the time it takes for decisions to be made. For example, this year our members are still having their appeals hearing in early February when RIPTAC cases are supposed to be decided statutorily by February 1. In the RIP Tax FY25 accountability report, they admit that only 58% of its decisions are completed by that February 1 deadline. Even more, residential decisions issued within 30 days was 10%. So to repeat our testimony given to the former CBED committee last year, our members have highlighted that unless an assessor provides a recommendation, appeals are exceedingly and alarmingly unsuccessful, despite the standard for providing proof. So collaboration between industry associations like ourselves and district agencies has consistently helped advance investment in housing production across all 8 wards. As the district navigates the economic headwinds, DCBIA remains steady, ready to work with the CFO and your committee on solutions that strengthen fiscal health while supporting sustainable development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Wadlington. Renee T., I believe, is not here. Aqua Dankwa is virtual.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Aquia Dankwa. I am a Ward 7 resident and a parent and an advocate with Mothers Outreach Network. I am here today because we are at a crossroad where we can either fund stability now or fund crisis later. The child tax credit is not a gift. It is economic stability, not charity. The child tax credit is not extra money in a city where the cost of living is sky high. It is a vital lifeline that keeps families afloat. It is the difference between a child sleeping in their own bed or sleeping in a city-funded shelter. It is the buffer that keeps a single car repair from becoming a total family crisis. When you talk about chopping this credit, you aren't just cutting a check. You're cutting the floor out from underneath thousands of DC children, 78,000 to be exact. I'd like to challenge the direction of this budget. Eliminating a program that prevents homelessness is fiscally irresponsible and will increase long-term public costs. It is far more expensive to intervene once a family has entered the child welfare system than to invest in early support that keeps families housed, stable, and together. If you repeal this credit, the need doesn't evaporate, it just moves. It moves from a proactive tax credit into our emergency rooms, shelters, and our justice system. Repealing isn't a saving, it is a debt we'll pay back later with interest. We have seen what becomes possible when the scarcity mindset is lifted through Mothers Outreach Network's Mother Up Guaranteed Income pilot. When a parent is no longer consumed by fear about the next 24 hours, they can focus on their child's next 24 years. Stability is not a luxury. It is the foundation of turning poverty into success. DC has the chance to lead where the federal government has failed. We cannot claim to be a pro-family city while debating whether to snatch away a critical lifeline for more than 78,000 children. My ask is simple. Please support the child tax credit. Please make sure that families know about the child tax credit. Please protect the child tax credit and prioritize and invest in prevention over repair. If this council chooses to defund stability today, it should not be surprised when it is compelled to pay for the consequences tomorrow, and the price of inaction is always higher. Thank you for allowing me to share, and I would also like to add that Linda Brown from Mothers Outreach Network and Melody Webb will not be testifying today.
Thank you. I think you just said Linda Brown will not be testifying. She was next on the list. Angel Brand, I believe, is here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Angel Brand. I'm a mom of 9 children. I live in Northwest Washington, D.C. I'm a member of Mothers Outreach. Mommy! Raising 9 children has made me strong, organized, and deeply grateful. Our family proved that love multiplies, it doesn't divide. I want to briefly talk about something that directly strengthens families and communities, the child tax credit. The child tax credit put money directly into parents' pockets that help families cover essential expenses like rent, groceries, and childcare, transportation, and school supplies. These are not luxuries, they're necessities. When families have that extra support, it reduces stress and creates stability at home. It helps parents stay current on bills, protect their credit, and avoid high interest debt. That financial breathing room can make the difference between falling behind and moving forward. The child tax credit already exists under federal law, but efforts to expand it, to increase the amount, make it fully refundable, or provide monthly payment required continue action from Congress. What families need is a strong, reliable program they can count on. Stability matters. Predictability matters. To make the program stronger, we should expand it to reflect the real cost of raising children, ensure lower income families receive the full benefit, and improve outreach so every eligible family know how to access it. The child tax credit is more than a tax policy. It's an investment in children and working parents and in the future of our community. When families are supported, children thrive, and when children thrive, our country thrives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Brand. Dahlia Allen is online, I believe.
Yes, I'm here.
Please
Good
proceed.
afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dalia Allen. I am an advocate with the Mother Outreach Network, and I'm here today to speak about the Child Tax Credit Program. My message is simple. DC families need support, and the Child Tax Credit is one of the most effective ways to provide it. We want to keep the Child Tax Credit Program in place for these reasons. One, even though Congress may have repealed it, families in DC are still facing financial hardship. The city has the opportunity to step up and support its residents. We want the council and the mayor to support reinstating the child tax credit because it provides direct relief to families who need it most. Here is why this matters. First, the cost of living in DC is extremely high. As a mother of 5 children, I can tell you that expenses add up quickly. Rent, food, childcare, and basic needs. The child tax credit helps bridge that gap. Second, the program helps families stay stable. It allows parents like me to provide for our children without constantly worrying about falling behind. It is not extra money, it is necessary support. Third, investing in families is investing in children. When children have what they need, they do better in school, they are healthier, and they have a better chance at a successful future. We also want to make sure families know about this program. Too many people are eligible but never receive support simply because they are not informed. Here's how you can improve outreach. Work with schools, child care centers, and community organizations. Send information through text messages, social media, and mail. Connect outreach through programs like TANF, SNAP, and simply provide clear instructions on how to apply. Additional ideas: make the child tax credit automatic when families file taxes. Offer monthly payments instead of a single yearly payment. Simplify the process so it is easy for all families to access. From my own experience, receiving cash assistance has made a real difference in my life. It helped me pay bills, keep food on the table, and reduce stress so I could focus on my children. Support like this gives families stability and dignity. I urge the council and the mayor to reinstate and strengthen the child tax credit. Supporting families is supporting the future of DC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Yasmin Holmes, I believe, is not here. Sharon Harris.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Council Chair Member Middleton. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sharon Harris. I live in a part of a beautiful neighborhood off the neighborhood, 6 district. I want to say something about my family. I have a son and he is in college too, and I have a son. He's everybody with 14. He is 19 and in college. The child has so important because it's really for fun that child can look forward to for us to use to save for his well-being when he's a little older. The child tax credit will put cash in parents' pockets. It will also support special needs. It will make sure that for the parents are a citizen like everyone else. This is the child tax credit law for parents. First person one way or another, we want these people to share a program in place. Moreover, people speak the credit because they feel it's extra cash with a lifeline throughout the year. Also, you don't create more tax credit programs. A lot of people don't know about the credit they are entitled to. Learning structures help learning about the credit they are entitled. And finally, help people learn about taxation, including creating more flyers, more bus stops, and signs on buses and on billboards and help for people. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. Although I don't have a written copy, if you would submit it. I had a couple of questions.
Okay.
Ms. Wadlington, could you say a little bit more about these two bills? I think it was two bills regarding appeals, assessments and appeals.
Yes, sir. It's one bill, and then there was one issue that was in the prior BSA that we would like to be reconsidered. So the first bill, Bill 396, to transfer Recordation Appeals Amendment Act. You may recall that legislation was in the BSA last year, referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development. They marked that one up in their budget report to move it forward, but it didn't go through the full budget process. When the mayor reintroduced it as part of her growth agenda, the committee then had another hearing back in November that we testified in favor of. There were other organizations like SMOA and Rooted Communities that testified in favor of that bill with DIMPED. So that language would basically allow buyers and sellers to appeal the transfer of recordation tax if the sales price is less than the assessed value of that deal. So the issue is to address where there is a gap in how the market sees the sales price in comparison to how OTR looks at the assessed value of the property. In addition to that, what we're asking for in that language is that sometimes OTR does not fully recognize when an arm's length transaction occurs, when there is parties that where the ownership remains the same and there's no consideration, how that should be also exempted from transfer of recordation tax. So the language itself has been supported by the prior committee before being re-referred. It's pending before the committee of the whole, and we are asking for it to move forward.
And that has to do with the transfer and recordation tax.
Yes, sir.
And the other has to do with the assessment process?
So the other issue is unincorporated businesses. There was a provision in the law before 2020, before the FY21 BSA, that allowed for a liquidation exemption. That exemption no longer exists. So what we had raised prior to the Committee on Business Economic Development is to encourage more investment. As you've heard us say before, investors look at not just policy risk, but also your tax climate. And so one of the provisions that we're asking for the committee to reconsider is to reinstate that liquidation exemption for unincorporated businesses.
I'm assuming there's a fiscal impact to that?
I believe when the FY21 budget was going through, the estimated impact of that first year was about 1.1 million. Not quite sure what it looks like today, but yes.
Okay. Ms. Landfield, in your testimony, you talked about revenue raising, but you didn't speak about controlling spending. So for instance, last year, while we were working on the budget, there was roughly $300 million in overspending by agencies. A lot of that got papered over by reprogramming from agencies that underspent. How come you guys never talk about overspending?
I'm not sure that's exactly the case. We do strongly believe that there should be significantly less funding going to agencies like MPD. We believe that if you want true community safety, you can get that far more efficiently and effectively through investments in communities. And we also believe that the police overspending on overtime is pretty outrageous. We're looking forward to some of the things that you've done to get more transparency on that. I also hope that in general, that overspending and reprogrammings will be addressed in a different way by the council. We haven't exactly spoken directly with you about this yet, but we would really like to see a more transparent process where instead of reprogrammings passively getting approved, that there would be 2 votes on each and that there would be an opportunity for public input. So really uplifting the need for accountability and transparency in that process. We also focus on areas of the budget that need more funding. There's no other way to say it. And so our concern about overspending is really looking at other areas where there's overspending, inefficient business subsidies, giveaways to billionaire sports team owners, some of the extra money that Events DC has. I mean, there are a lot of ways to come at this, but I actually also very much believe that the investments that you make for working families have a much greater payoff in the long-term health and well-being of the city. And so if we are looking for savings there, we are really making a very big mistake in how our city cares for residents. And that's
but
really the essential goal of government.
Oh, you're going someplace, you're sort of like defining the argument in a place I wasn't going. So I wasn't talking about like, let's say, let's cut Medicaid benefits. But surely you must agree that some programs are not very effective. I'm not going to ask you which ones, but in our big government, surely there's some that are not very effective. And there never seems to be any attention by anyone, including on the council or the executive or the advocates, with regard to, hey, maybe we could spend this money better in a different way. And that could free up tens of millions of dollars.
I mean, one thing off the top of my head, I will say I know that there was a big push among advocates to have rapid rehousing dealt with very differently. That's probably a good example of looking at inefficiencies. So I just don't think the word never applies accurately here.
All right. Other question I have for you is, every year I hear from you, but actually from others, we need to increase revenue. Now, our revenues have gone up by billions of dollars over the last few years. When do we stop saying we need more revenue? When we have a $25 billion budget or a $30 billion budget or?
Things that community members need that we really want you to fund. But also, for a more serious response, our spending has grown relatively consistently as our economy has grown. I will leave it to Erica to speak more in detail on this, but
Called passing the buck, but okay.
she's right behind me. Erica, come, whisper in my ear. We have a big, robust economy. We should be spending more. Costs go up every year. Household budgets go up every year too because costs increase. We seem to be scared of big numbers, but the big numbers naturally come because of A, the economy is growing, and B, the needs are growing. Those are very real things. There's nothing to be ashamed of in spending more because the costs have gone up. So I do think Erica can say this more eloquently, but I don't find the argument that we have big numbers in front of us as being, some sign that we've gone off the rails.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. I have no other questions for you all. Thank you very much, though, for your testimony. Erica Williams, Executive Director of DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Richard Benjumea, bilingual organizer with Spaces in Action. Claire Mills, Lynn Amano is Director of Advocacy at Friendship Place. Bianca Palmisano. Ann Hoffman. Melody Webb, who is Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network. Aaron Boo. I have Louis Joe, Authorized Representative Green Guard. One, two, three, four, five, six. Maybe I'll stop right there. Ms. Williams, your reputation precedes you. When you're ready.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Erica Williams, Executive Director of the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, where we shape racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. My testimony offers a balanced approach to addressing the structural imbalance in DC's financial plan compared to slowing revenues, a trend that reflects the lingering shift from the pandemic to remote work that led to commercial property tax decline, and a local recession triggered by federal layoffs and interference, which is really layering on to already high unemployment and poverty rates, particularly for Black and Latino residents. This structural imbalance means that our revenue growth is inadequate to maintain current service levels, and we face major threats to health and human services as lawmakers look to balance the FY27 budget. DCFPI recommends raising revenue to mitigate budget cuts at this critical juncture of heightened need. Our revenue recommendations would also improve racial equity in DC's tax code and level the playing field for DC resident-owned businesses. They include piggybacking on a federal tax on proceeds from wealth and adopting a business activity tax for the district. Job loss and high poverty, alongside massive disinvestment at the federal level, are harming families and communities in ways that we haven't fully yet measured, but that certainly will worsen the already highly racialized experience of economic hardship and further slow revenue growth. Given the massive windfall of federal tax cuts for DC's wealthiest residents and businesses, DC can and should ask those benefiting to pay more to reduce cuts to basic human needs programs. Public investments that mitigate harm to the most economically vulnerable residents and that support DC's fiscal outlook are critical to paving a road to recovery for all residents. So our first recommendation is to adopt a wealth proceeds tax. DC can levy an additional percentage on the federal net investment income tax, or the NIT, as recommended by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. Federal lawmakers adopted the NIT to help fund the Affordable Care Act, asking people with wealth-derived income to contribute through a small tax on wealth when it exceeds a relatively high threshold. The NIT applies only to wealth that exceeds income of $200,000 for a single filer or $250,000 for married filers. DC could simply add the local tax to the same wealth reported to the federal government to yield substantial new annual revenue. At a rate of 2%, ITEP estimates it could raise $120 million for the district. 82% of the tax would be paid by those with incomes of $1 million or more, and it would be simple to implement and administer since we would be following IRS definitions and rules. Our second recommendation is to adopt a business activity tax here in DC. The district uniquely exempts from taxation certain businesses, including major law firms, lobbyists, consulting firms, because of a federally imposed restriction, the benefits of which go entirely to business owners who live outside of DC. By enacting a BAT, or a simple broad-based value-added tax, DC would avoid that restriction, broaden the base of businesses paying into DC's taxes, and we could do that without increasing taxes on businesses that are already meaningfully contributing to our collective resources. At a 2% rate, a BAT could raise at least $500 million annually. And lawmakers could use these funds to fill in gaps left by declining revenue sources, by funding business supporting policies like childcare, and even by reducing payroll taxes for businesses that were increased in 2020 in the FY 2025 budget. In essence, offering a net tax cut for DC resident-owned businesses. So we look forward to working with council on these options to bring a more balanced approach to the coming budget. We know there'll be cuts, but we also need to put all the tools on the table. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Richard Benjumea, I believe, is not here.
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Richard Benjumea, a native Washingtonian, economic dignity organizer of Spaces in Action, and a member of Fair Budget Coalition and Just Recovery DC. What is economic dignity? It is the ability and right to easily provide for yourself and your family each month. What does it look like? It looks like being able to take your child to the doctor without fear of going broke. It looks like having a secure and stable roof over your head. Or let's face it, the simple joy of being able to give your child a treat every now and then because life is hard enough as it is. What isn't dignified, however, is having to choose between rent or baby formula, between nutritious food or childcare. There's no dignity in the nurse paying more income tax than a billionaire, and it's insulting, in fact, as it is insulting to the thousands of families in the district, primarily Black, brown, and immigrant, whose livelihoods will be on the chopping block if we don't advance a fair, equitable budget that lifts the economic floor for everyone. We have to find a way to fund the child tax credit, pay equity fund, Alliance, TANF, and all the programs DC's families depend on to not only survive but thrive in the city. These programs make a difference in the lives of children, of parents, and caregivers of all kinds, and all those who keep this city and country running. And the best way to do that is by increasing income taxes on the highest DC earners. This would raise $109 million, money that is desperately needed for the aforementioned programs. We recommend hiking the marginal income tax rates for incomes $500,000 to $1 million, increase the rate by 0.25 to 10%. For incomes $1 to $3 million, increase the rate by 0.75 to at least 11.5%. And for incomes above $3 million, increase the rate by 1.75 to at least 12.5%. The Trump tax cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act transferred wealth upwards, with approximately half of all benefits going to the top 10% of Americans by income. DC can recoup some of the revenue that wealthy residents saved at the federal level. It's a bonus for DC without any impact to these taxpayers. At a time when Congress is meddling in our local affairs and the federal government sees fit to violate our constitutional right to due process and disappear people on a fascist whim, at a time when families can't even count on whether or not they will see their family members at the end of the day, we need to let them know that they can at least count on the mayor and the council to do the right thing. Individuals who are beholden to the people they are elected to represent, families matter, so let's act like it and find a way to do what's right by them. There's a zeitgeist in this country where there's several actually, but one that gives me the most hope is one of class consciousness and awakening, and it didn't happen overnight. Or even within the last year, it's been brewing for decades, fueled by working class anger, and we see the rich getting richer while the rest of us fight for scraps. These aren't just words. Income and wealth inequality are on the rise. Prosperity in America is and has always been built on the back of Black, brown, and immigrant labor. Corporate trickle-down is a myth, as is tax flight. Any money that goes directly to families goes directly back into the local economy. That is the real trickle-down economics. I won't say the dreaded RR words, but I think we know what we have to do. Revenue raisers. I find it ironic that every year I'm up here, I drop the same quote. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So now is not the time for status quo. The world is burning, but through the fire and the ashes, we must emerge a better version of ourselves. So I asked the mayor, what do you want your legacy to be? One of austerity, where families are worse off than when you took office, or one where families have economic dignity and stability for generations to come? And to the council, I say you are the voice of the people, and the people are crying out for help, so do not ignore them. Thank you.
Thank you. Clara Mills, who I believe is online.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Claire Mills, and I'm a renter in Ward 1 and serve on the steering committee of the Fair Budget Coalition. Every year, we hear from the mayor and every member of the council that the budget is tight and that we're all going to have to make do with compromises. We can't all get what we want. Funnily enough, it sounds a lot like what my parents used to say to me and my brothers growing up. It sounds a lot like what parents are saying to their children right now in DC as the district gets less and less affordable and budgets get tighter and tighter. And when times are tough for families, we rely on the community around us. Play dates instead of after-school programs, potluck dinners, and maybe even a generous gift from a friend. Giving what we can and receiving what we need is the neighborly thing to do. And in my almost a decade in DC, I've come to know DC as a very neighborly place. And yet, when it comes to budget season, every year the mayor proposes an austerity budget, cutting critical programs for families across the district. And the council may shift funding around to protect a few key programs, but every year, at the end of the day, we're still left competing for funding for priorities that all matter, and we're left without funding for programs that critically need funding. The DC government needs to act more like the people of DC who actually care for our communities and neighbors. This means drawing on the enormous wealth in DC and asking those with wealth to give their fair share. DC's top 1% often pay a smaller share of their income in total local taxes than middle-income residents. It's simply not fair or right for a millionaire to get taxed the same or less than a teacher or nurse. So to fix this, we should increase the marginal income tax rates by 0.25% for those earning $500,000 to $1 million, 0.75% for those earning $1 million to $3 million, and 1.75% for those earning over $3 million. Evidence shows us that progressive state taxes do not lead to significant tax flight among top earners. Instead, it is the high quality public services that local government can provide, education, public safety. That is what keeps residents in the district, and we need local funding in order to provide those high quality services. The wealthy in DC want to stay in the district because this is their home, particularly if that home is well funded and well operated. And we need fairer taxes to make that a reality. We also need to improve the taxation of wealth beyond income, such as with a progressively tiered surcharge on capital gains for taxpayers with an adjusted gross income above $500,000 and for capital gains at or above that level. And DC should enact both a land value tax that acknowledges the private wealth public amenities like metro stations have built for those that own land near the stations, and a business activity tax that closes a loophole for wealthy businesses that don't pay taxes in DC in order to increase the number of businesses contributing to DC's business tax base. It's just simply possible for us to have more to go around. And during one of the most difficult years in the district that I can remember, it is our responsibility to ask those who can to give more. So I ask the council to consider these policies in the upcoming budget rather than working only from a place of cuts and cuts and cuts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Lynn Amano, I believe, is not here. Bianca Palmasano is virtual.
Yes, hello, Chairman. My name is Bianca Palmasano. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and a nurse who's been providing public health services to residents of DC since 2020. I work in partnership with Fair Budget Coalition for an Equitable DC. As you've heard already, Fair Budget Coalition joins with DC community members to advocate for a fair budget, one that's restorative and prioritizes racial justice. Budget season is right around the corner, so I'm speaking today to encourage the passage of two progressive tax recommendations, a business activity tax on wealthy businesses that don't pay taxes in DC, and an increase on income taxes for DC's highest earners. Because federal law prohibits DC from taxing the business income of owners if they live outside of the district, DC is losing upwards of $500 million in tax revenue from some of the wealthiest business owners in the city. Every other state in the nation taxes non-resident owners' income, and the district deserves to benefit from that same revenue stream. A business activity tax, or BAT, would help resolve this issue. A BAT would affect only businesses that now pay little or no tax and would exempt the first $200,000 of economic activity from tax, which benefits and protects small businesses. Businesses that choose to base their services in DC should be supporting our public infrastructure and paying their fair share. A 2% BAT could raise at least $506 million per year, while smaller business owners and those that pay substantial business taxes who live in the district could actually see their taxes go down. This can be marketed as an incentive for more people to choose to live in DC rather than commute from the suburbs, and show that the council is working hard to make doing business in DC as equitable as possible. The second revenue raiser is a recommendation to increase taxes on the incomes of the very highest DC earners. That's people who make over $1 million annually in income via a 2% surtax. Especially in light of the massive federal tax cuts for the wealthy that were included in the One Big Beautiful Bill, DC should take the opportunity to raise revenues from these high-income residents who will be receiving a significant tax savings windfall from federal cuts. A 2% surtax will raise $167 million in new revenue and can be put towards programs from housing equity, educational support, and poverty alleviation, making DC safer and more affordable for everyone. As a nurse, I know my medicine is only as strong as the community I send my patients home to live in. I want to know that when I refer one of my patients to a housing assistance program or a food bank or a domestic violence program, there will be resources there to support them. DC is strained right now, with critical social services experiencing cuts for multiple budget cycles in a row. It's time to take a proactive approach, raising revenue rather than trying to cut slivers from programs that are already struggling. I urge you to take steps today to move these revenue-raising tax proposals forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Rebecca Ballard. Ann Hoffman, I believe, is not here. Melody Webb, I believe, is not here. Aaron Boo is not here. Oh, that's you. I have my notes wrong here. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Aaron Boone, and I'm a resident and a young worker and a member of the Fair Budget Coalition. I see families struggling with rising rents, childcare costs, and everyday expenses. When I talk to my neighbors, many of whom are long-time Black and Brown residents, they are worried about whether they can afford to remain in DC. The cost of living crisis is the real issue facing DC. The district also faces fiscal uncertainty, including congressional interference in our local tax code. That makes it even more important that we strengthen and stabilize our revenue base. So let me be clear, this is not about fiscal responsibility. Strong governance requires two things. It requires careful oversight of spending and a revenue system that reflects our real obligations. Whether there is overspending, inefficiency, or lack of transparency in the form of agency overtime practices, such as with MPD, or unfair corporate giveaways to the real estate lobby in DC, those things are real issues that need to be addressed with public and community input. That's what taxpayers in DC deserve. But even if we corrected all of those inefficiencies tomorrow, we still face a very real structural question of who carries the cost of running this city. We cannot balance the budget by cutting healthcare, by cutting housing supports, by cutting anti-poverty programs, while the cost of living continues to rise. Those investments in our people and community luxuries, they are what allows working families to stay in DC and participate in our local economy. The reality is DC has revenue options. We can close loopholes for large businesses through a business activity tax, so companies that benefit from DC contribute fairly. We can also modestly increase tax rates on the highest earners in DC. Around 0.4% of DC tax units, which is about 1,500 households, hold nearly half of all wealth in the district. That concentration of wealth gives us room to broaden the tax base that is targeted and responsible. And we can tell from research in states like California, New York, New Jersey, and Maryland that modest increases on the top earners do not actually cause people to leave. What actually drives residents out is rising rents and wages that don't keep cost of living. So if we refuse to raise revenue equity, the alternative is predictable. It's going to shift the burden onto working families through cuts to essential services and regressive tax codes that would deepen displacement and weaken our long-term economic stability. Fiscal responsibility does not mean austerity for working families. It means pairing accountability and spending some revenue. The choice between the council is clear. We can broaden the tax base by asking local residents and large businesses to pay their full share, or we can continue shifting the cost onto working families struggling to afford the high cost of living and risk pushing more of them out of the district. On behalf of the Fair Budget Coalition, I urge you to choose investments in the people who make DC work. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement if you want to provide that. Vic Goncalves or Goncalves, but I don't believe he's here, or is he here? And Louis Joe, who's online.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Mendelson. My name is Louis Joe, founder of Green Guard DC, a licensed social equity medical cannabis carrier here in Washington, DC. As a social equity business owner and longtime DC resident, I've invested my energy and resources in building a Ward 2 business that aligns with the spirit and letter of the Medical Cannabis Amendment Act. I'm here to discuss the cannabis waste disposal, and as this is an overlooked opportunity, a critical inefficiency persists. The Metropolitan Police Department is still responsible for medical cannabis waste collection, transport, and destruction of cultivators and manufacturers' waste, diverting law enforcement resources from core public safety and costing taxpayers needless overtime. Meanwhile, DC licensed carrier companies like Green Guard are trained, insured, and regulated to securely transport cannabis, yet are excluded from this important logistical function. This misalignment is readily fixable by council action. Carriers already comply with stringent operational standards, such as vehicle unmarking, geofencing, chain of custody, and metric tracking as detailed in APCA regulations and Medical Cannabis Act, making us uniquely suited to serve as the district's specialist cannabis waste transporters. Transitioning cannabis waste handling to licensed carriers would immediately, number one, save taxpayer dollars by reducing MPD overtime and overtime pension accruals. Number two, free up law enforcement for true criminal justice priorities. Number three, provide a new predictable revenue source for local DC equity businesses. And number four, strengthen administrative oversight through chain of custody documentation. Transition of cannabis waste handling from MPD to carriers is quite simple legislatively. We would require APCA to authorize or another relevant body to contract or designate licensed carriers for the lawful transport and destruction of cannabis waste. This transition will improve fiscal efficiency, relieve public safety bottlenecks, and support local minority-owned businesses. We ask for a mandate of a public reporting for market transparency. We require APCA to publish semi-annual reports on cannabis delivery, transport, and waste logistics, specifying the share performed by social equity licensees, volume, and MPD involvement. In conclusion, shifting this responsibility to licensed insured carriers like Green Guard DC is a common sense fix that saves taxpayer a lot of money, frees up MPD for public safety, and fulfills the district's commitment to social equity. I urge the council to act on these logistical adjustments immediately. Thank you for your time, and I'm free to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Joe. I have your statement, but your remarks were very different than your statement. Do you want to submit a supplemental statement?
No, this is tailored specifically for the budget, but my statement, these remarks are listed in that testimony that's on record as well.
Okay, it's up to you, but your oral remarks were different. I'll be that as it may. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Williams, so I'm going to ask you the question that I asked earlier, and that is, every year we hear this request for more revenue. Our revenues have actually gone up a few $1 billion over the years. So it's not like we don't have more money. I can't say we're spending it very wisely, but at what point do we stop asking for more money when we already have more money?
So I'll answer this a few different ways because I think there's sort of multiple layers to that question. One, I would say that, like Catherine mentioned, we should have goals. Like, do we want to have all people or nearly all people covered by health insurance coverage? There's a yes or no answer to that. And if the answer is yes, then we need to actually make sure we have the revenue at hand to be able to keep that promise, that commitment to people in the district. I think that's true across a lot of things in the budget. So meeting needs is pretty key, and whatever our goals are around that is going to be dictating how much revenue we need to have in our budget. I would also say that, as Catherine mentioned, I think she did a good job of answering this, revenue and spending growth has been proportional to growth in our economy, which means that when you look at revenue or spending as a share of the economy over the last 20 plus years, as we have done at DCFPI, I'm happy to reshare the analysis. I'm sure we've sent it over before. It's remained largely flat. It's not been off the rails in terms of growth. And you do want your revenue base to keep up with growth in your population, growth in needs of folks that live here, growth in the cost of providing services. Just to take healthcare again, we have an aging population, right, who need healthcare. Their costs are greater than normal inflation growth. And so we're going to see the cost of those programs grow faster than inflation. We need to keep up with that if we want to keep providing those services.
Not to interrupt you, and I don't want to throw you off your track, but if we have like our income tax is a percent of income, and so as the economy expands in the district, as a percentage of that, of course, we're going to be getting more money. But when we talk about a revenue raiser, we're like jumping ahead. We're like, am I following you? I saw a head nodding like this, and that distracted me, which is fine. But I mean, it's not like our tax system is static. It grows as the economy grows. And you were saying, well, our economy is growing, so of course our spending should.
It does, but we're like in a moment where we actually have a longstanding structural issue. Our commercial property tax decline is actually a big piece of why over the last several years we haven't had revenue growth that has been strong enough to keep up with the growing cost in providing services. We also now are entering a local recession where people's incomes are going down. People are being, they're getting laid off. They don't have as much income, so those tax collections are going to go down.
Well, but we were in a moment last year, and the year before that we were in a moment, and the year before that, every year we're in a moment.
The last several years, we have said that we have declining revenue that's not keeping pace with the cost of the programs and services we want to provide. And that if we want to provide those, then we are going to need to raise revenue. So that is true. You want to know about savings in the budget, and I would sort of turn that back to the council and say that this is an oversight question. We just had a auditor's report showing, where budget authority has been exceeded by many agencies. DEMPED is on the list as one of the extreme offenders. We have come actually to council every year and said that there are several things that DEMPED is administering that we don't think are worthwhile and that we should take a look at. We've asked CBED to look at evaluating some of those incentive programs to see what are we truly getting out of that money that we're spending. So I think we have come with ideas, they've just not been well received. The other thing I would say is that we hired 2 people for the council budget office to do this search for savings, and I haven't seen anything come out of that yet. We also had Councilmember Robert White say he thought he could find $100 million in savings in the budget, and we haven't seen any results from that. So I guess I would say you all have much more detailed information on, the line by line items of the budget, and are doing deep dives in your committees, and are not coming up with the savings. I would also say the city administrator just at the breakfast the other day that you all had with the mayor's team said that no amount of efficiencies could actually deal with the spending pressures that we're facing. So we have a moment of time where we have a lot of growing need. Our revenues are growing too slowly to keep up, and we have choices to make. And the choices are that we support people in this time or that we slash programs and we see people fall through the cracks. And as one of the speakers so eloquently, the testifier so eloquently said earlier, we will pay for that down the road in a different way.
I don't think those are the only choices, or I don't think the choices are that simple. So, for example, there's been some testimony today about the child care. I guess maybe it was about the child care tax credit, and I'm thinking of the child care subsidy. There's been some serious look by city officials over the last couple of months over the child care subsidy because it's grossly under budgeted. When I say grossly, the expenditure is about 130 million and we budgeted about 105 million. And we knew of this problem a year ago. That's kind of on us, the collective us in the government, that we under budgeted. But there's been some serious look at how that program is structured. I'm saying that as an example of what I don't hear from the advocates who say, well, we need more money for name something. They just simply say we need more money instead of, well, actually, maybe a better way to provide the childcare subsidy is A, B, C. I never hear that testimony. And yeah, there's a lot of expertise, or there should be, on the side of the executive in formulating the budget and the council when we look at the budget. But still, I don't think the advocates are off the hook saying we need more spending instead of, well, actually, the way we've structured this particular program, we could do it a little bit differently. Yeah.
I think that's entirely true. I think like one example that comes to mind right now is that Tazrick Mitchell on my team came and testified on the cuts to TANF that were put in place by the mayor into the budget by the mayor last year, and said, you know, we have this sort of narrative out here that we need to cut this program, that people are staying on it forever, and that they need to just go find work. Well, it turns out that the agency has itself talked to beneficiaries of the TANF program, and they have said that a major barrier they face is childcare. Not just having access to childcare subsidy, but having access to childcare that they can get at the right hours so that they can go to work. Hold on. And so, they are saying this is a thing we need to be able to move up and off this program. Nobody's funded it. That nothing was done about that. And then they're saying, well, but these folks are still staying on the program. So I don't think it's true that nobody comes with suggestions for how to improve programs to make them operate more effectively and efficiently.
I didn't say that, but the example you just gave was, well, in order for TANF to be more effective, we need to spend more money on childcare. That's spending more. So let me give you this example, because I'm not always good at.
Sometimes you need to spend more to get to effective and efficient.
So let me give you this example, because I have oversight over OSSI. We've been having a couple of hearings on OSSI DOT. The cost of bus for special needs kids has gone up, and it's gone up, and it's gone up. And OSSI looked at the program last year, and they said, well, we don't actually verify whether all the people that we're paying for transportation actually need the transportation. So they put in place a verification, which, if I remember correctly, was contacting parents and saying, do you need a bus? And they reduced the number of routes, maybe I shouldn't say number of routes, the number of students by 1,000. It was like I'm going to say maybe a 20 or 25% reduction. Nobody was complaining because nobody, as far as I can tell, nobody was hurt. There are other problems with OSSI DOT, but they reduced by, if I remember correctly, about 1,000 the number of kids that they were serving out of a universe of, I think it was about 5,000 or 4,000. So that was actually looking at a way of providing the service that's needed, but at a lower cost to the district.
We all welcome you all doing the job of oversight and the agencies doing the governance to find those kinds of savings. I think that's great.
I think the advocates need to do that as well.
Like
I
I
will
said,
say-
we have come with suggestions and they just aren't well received.
Well, because one of the suggestions is, well, oh, just don't fund a football team. And I totally get the thinking behind that, but life isn't so simple.
But here's another example that we brought several times is the housing and downtown abatement that got put in place even though commercial property owners were already converting to some of their buildings to residential properties when it made sense for them. Whatever, put it in, that abatement's in place. It is set to expand to over $40 million a year in FY '28, and with a 4% ratchet up every year after that in perpetuity without any, any rules, any boundaries around that, any clawbacks, any sunset, and also without any evaluation or plan to evaluate whether or not it's actually catalyzing those conversions or whether it's just paying commercial property owners to do what they were already going to do. You may disagree with that.
No,
But this is like a thing that's going to balloon in cost
So,
over the years
give
and
me a-
nobody's taken a look at it.
So I want to say, give me a list of tax expenditures, because that's what that is. And we could look at that, because I do agree, we do some stuff which sometimes isn't necessary, or we do some stuff that is unnecessarily long in duration. I'm willing to look at that, but the savings from those tax expenditures is probably in the millions as opposed to in the hundreds of millions, which is what we're struggling with right now.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you let it go from the current like 8 million to 40 million, that's real money that we could use for childcare subsidy.
40 million over what period of time?
It is going to jump from FY '27 to FY '28 in cost by more than $20 million.
Okay, how about in FY '27? Because we're looking at.
Exact amount.
No,
in
no, I'm just
27.
making the point that we need, I'm more than, give me a list. I'm certainly willing to look at it, but I'm also interested in FY '27, not so much interested in finding savings in FY '29, which is not what's before us.
We are happy to bring ideas.
So you said, more revenue to meet needs.
Yes.
That's, sounds great, but meeting needs, there are always needs, there are always more needs, and there are needs that tomorrow that we didn't think of today, which makes me wonder, are they, how, in terms of priorities, how big a need are they? So meeting needs is too general, too vague.
How about healthcare for all the folks that got cut from the Alliance or, replacing the TANF cuts that are going to take effect in FY '27? I also think we need to be fending off what seems to be positioning of the Medicaid expansion population getting cut from health coverage. Maybe not in FY '27, but it's
Well, if you're talking
in
about,
there.
if you're talking about restoring cuts, that's a definitive amount. If you're talking about meeting needs, that is an indefinite amount. You get my point.
Sure, but when we go from, for example, having an annual commitment to, for example, permanent supportive housing vouchers to a year where we had none put in, that's a cut of a sort.
Well, I don't think you should have brought that example up. And the reason is because did the council not put a lot of money in for vouchers a few years ago and the executive didn't spend it?
Yeah, I mean, we have a problem with the executive, I know that,
But I'm not interested, I'm not interested in budgeting something that won't get spent.
they have taken a lot of steps to make getting vouchers out the door faster. I think we have a lot of other things in our way, like encampment clearings and things that make it harder to find people when their vouchers are ready for them. And as you and I have talked about, the lease up process being too long, but I think there are steps being taken.
Sure.
My understanding is that they have improved that process.
But that is an example of my frustration here is that a few years ago, advocates were saying we need to put money in the budget for like 1,000 more vouchers, might even have been more than that. And we were looking at a surplus of vouchers that weren't being put out. The frustration being the ask is always high, and in that case, what the government was actually going to do was substantially less. but didn't matter in terms of the advocacy. It's just a variation of what I was saying about meeting the need. And meeting the need is an undefined term, and there's always going to be some advocacy around need that is more than what we've been doing.
Right, but we're in a place where we are starting to lose a lot of progress that was made intentionally, right? Like we decided we wanted to house people. We decided we wanted to be investing in a housing production trust fund. We decided we wanted to be putting more vouchers out the door to get more support to people. We decided we wanted to cut the TANF time limit so that we weren't penalizing people unfairly and to give a COLA because we hadn't done it in 20 years. We decided that we wanted to cover as many people as possible with health insurance in the district because we think all of those are good, positive things. And now we are rolling those things back. So when I'm talking about meeting needs in this moment, and we're looking at slowing revenue growth and a structural imbalance, I'm talking about keeping our commitment to the things that we have, to those decisions that we intentionally made and that were good for residents of the district.
So let me ask this question, shifting a little bit. The issue of flight. So several people have spoken to that. I was sort of curious what the research is, but somebody hinted at it that California and Maryland, these are states, and we are a small little district with very porous borders. I'm thinking of the sailor tax settlement a couple years ago. This guy who's worth millions, if not billions of dollars, and he was avoiding taxes by living in Florida or claiming to live in Florida. It's pretty easy to do it. Now, I know that you were on the Tax Revision Commission. Just for full disclosure, I think I'm the one who appointed you.
You did.
And I'm glad you were on it. I think the Tax Revision Commission may have looked at that issue.
We did.
But
They-
it is a concern. So if we raise the income tax on the top income earners by, let's say, 1/4 point, I think that has less of an impact than if we raise it by, let's say, 1.75%. Talk to me about flight.
So just generally, the preponderance of the research out there shows that tax flight is not a thing. It's a myth. That doesn't mean no one would ever move over taxes. That's not the point, but that you don't get this sort of exodus of taxpayers. We did look at this as a tax commission. Tax Policy Center worked with ORA and Nick Johnson, who was the director of the commission. They looked at real tax returns for the district after our 2021 tax increase on high income earners and found that we did not see any tax flight from that. And that in fact, we had more people filing taxes in those income ranges, some more high income people filing taxes.
Volume of filers.
The volume of filers was about the same, but we had more high income folks filing taxes after the tax increase than before. There was a little bit of growth in tax filings, but there wasn't a big change in the number of tax filers. And they found no evidence of out migration because of the tax increase. And in fact, so like I said, in fact, we ended up with more people with high incomes, not less.
So that would be an increase in filers. You were kind of saying not much.
Well, you can have people whose incomes increase and they become high
Well,
income.
when I said increase in filers or number of filers, I'm speaking of in the top bracket, the number of filers is X. Did it stay the same, go up or go down?
Yes, so we had an increase in the number of filers above the 250,000 mark, which is where the tax increase was set. If you remember, we had new brackets and rates created from 250 up.
Yeah, and do you remember what those rate increases were?
I think they were, I don't off the top of my head, but I can send you, I have a little chart.
Well, I could also check with
I'm
our
sure
budget
you can.
office and find that.
I think that we at least increased the top rate by a percentage point or more to 10.75%.
Okay.
But so we have our own experience, and that's not the first time we studied tax migration,
But
tax-related
I will
migration in
say, I think
DC,
that-
and we have not found that to be true. Yesham did a study when she was with the CFO showing that a whole range of tax changes over I think 10, 12-year period of time had no impact on people's choices of where to live.
Okay. I was going to say, I do think that looking at our experience here is far more useful than
Yeah.
looking at another state because we have very porous borders. So somebody's raising their hand, but we would call that double dipping. So I don't have any other questions.
Other states have shown us, but he's saying DC is different because we're in a sort of region and we're
Yeah,
not
we're little.
yeah.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you all for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Sophia Bas Shadi, coalition organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition. Eduarda Serafim with DC Jobs for Justice. April Thomas, mom advocate. Michelle Chappelle, Congress Working Group, Free DC. Tishiana Prophet with Space in Action. Deja Williams with Spaces in Action. Natalia Otero with DC Safe. I think I'm going to have to stop there. Sophia Bas Shadi, you're up.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Sophia. I'm a Ward 6 resident, as well as the coalition organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition, where we fight for a budget that is racially equitable and economically just here in DC. Today, I'm here to uplift several very important recommendations in Fair Budget's platform and call on the council and you, Chairman Mendelson, to raise progressive revenue by taxing concentrated wealth. As so many folks before me have said today, the district is currently facing unprecedented challenges and harm as the fiscal year 27 budget season approaches. In addition to the encroachment on our autonomy and home rule that we're facing federally, we're also facing a recession, as well as the economic instability that's coming from federal cuts to programs that our most vulnerable residents rely on to survive, like SNAP, Medicaid, and so much more. The results will be devastating and for our most vulnerable community members, literally deadly. As many people have alluded to in years past, and as we expect this year, Mayor Bowser has and will release a budget with devastating cuts to social services. I and my community will face the consequences of a lack of political will from this body to do what is necessary to reverse those harms, which is taxing wealth. We need to save our entire safety net, not just one or two programs. And we can't do this by just cutting out agency overspending, by just increasing agency efficiency. The need is too great, the pot is too small. As folks have mentioned, every year the cost of living increases. My budget this year has increased. My rent has increased. The cost of my groceries have increased. I need more money to survive in the district. The district itself needs more money to survive as a district. And I want to name that the needs of our community members are intersectional. When we think about reversing the harms of cuts, a couple of housing vouchers, a few dollars for food will not ease or erase harm. As y'all know, the cuts are too wide and too deep. And I would like to really impress the intersectionality of these issues on this body. Every year, Fair Budget hosts in the fall a budget forum where we have over 200 community members from across the district come and speak about what they need. The last 2 years, I've heard from middle school students who have spoken explicitly and said that having access to new facilities in their school means very little if they don't have access to a roof over their head and food on their table. They cannot learn and they are not safe. And that is really the crux of this issue. Again, we need to expand the pot to meet the needs of our most vulnerable residents. Doing this work, we hear a narrative rooted in austerity from many members on the council that there is just not enough money to reverse the cuts and meet the true needs of residents, that we have to give something up, that the devastation of cuts to the social safety net are inevitable because of where the economy is. I resist this because it is not true. To be clear, submitting to those cuts without expanding the pot by taxing wealth and raising progressive revenue is a choice on the part of council, and it is a choice with deadly consequences. Some of the revenue recommendations that we've mentioned have been mentioned throughout the day, but I'll say them again, include raising taxes on high incomes, enacting a high value land tax, enacting a business activity tax. This alone would raise above $500 million, capital gains tax, and more. In closing, I'm calling on you, Chairman Mendelson, and the rest of the council to take bold action this upcoming budget season and lead to raise revenue, to save our safety net, and protect our district's most vulnerable residents from the very real harm that is coming and that is already here. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Eduarda Seraphim?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Eduarda Seraphim, and I'm here representing DC Jobs with Justice. We are a coalition of labor, faith, and community organizations dedicated to building an economy that works for everyone. As proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition and partners in the Just Recovery All In for DC campaign, we're here today to encourage the Council to adopt 5 recommendations for fair tax policies to raise revenues, increase equity, and improve DC. DC is currently facing a choice between asking our most vulnerable neighbors to shoulder the burden of balancing our economy or finally asking those who benefit the most from our city to pay their fair share. Choosing not to implement fair taxation is, in effect, choosing to protect wealth at the expense of our community's well-being. At DC Jobs with Justice, we believe that workers are the heartbeat of this city. They are the ones who keep our transit moving, our hospitals running, and our neighborhoods thriving. Building a better district for workers will require us to fundamentally rethink how money is distributed around DC. This is particularly urgent at a moment when so many of our neighbors are under the shadow of federal law enforcement threats. For many, their very livelihoods are at risk every time they commute to work. Our most vulnerable community members should not be expected to bear the additional responsibility of balancing our city's budget. Historically, the Council has often looked to social services and worker supports to close gaps, but we are here to say that it is time to look toward increasing revenue instead. To that end, the All In for DC campaign proposes the following recommendations for a fair budget. Enact a business activity tax to close loopholes. Workers already pay their fair share through payroll taxes. Meanwhile, some businesses, including major law and consulting firms, are excluded from taxation. These loopholes benefit the owners of these companies, many of whom live outside of the district. It is only right that we require businesses that benefit from operating in DC to contribute to its prosperity. Second, increase income taxes on the highest DC earners. We must adjust our tax brackets to reflect the reality of DC's economy, ensuring that those with the greatest ability to pay are contributing at a level that matches their success. Currently, a middle-income worker pays more in relative taxes than a highly paid CEO, which is obviously unfair. Third, improve the taxation of wealth. DC must no longer allow the ultra-wealthy to hold resources without requiring them to share in the responsibility of our city's upkeep. While income from a paycheck is taxed, wealth accumulated through assets often is not. In a city with such high levels of inequality, we must tax wealth just as we tax income. Fourth, create a dedicated revenue stream for WMATA via land value tax. Public transportation significantly increases the value of nearby land. A land value tax ensures that the property owners who benefit most from our public transit infrastructure and see their wealth grow because of it are the ones helping to fund its future. Relatedly, it's important to note that WMATA hasn't given workers a raise in a very long time because of revenue concerns. The land value tax could be a great source of revenue to draw higher wages for workers from. Fifth, protect and fully fund the DC Child Tax Credit. This is an essential lifeline for working families, as you've heard. Ensuring the Child Tax Credit is fully funded is a direct investment in the next generation of Washingtonians. Ultimately, we recognize that DC's wealthiest residents currently pay a smaller portion of their income in taxes than our middle-income residents. We don't believe this is fair. A millionaire should pay a larger share of their income than a bus operator or a custodian. While a few extra percentage points might be a rounding error for a high earner, that same amount represents the ability to pay rent or buy groceries for a working family. We often hear that fair taxation will lead to tax flight, but we know this narrative is overemphasized. Wealthy people live in the district because they want to live in a well-resourced city with world-class theaters, beautiful parks, and strong schools. Between all of us, DC residents have more than enough resources to make the district a place where everyone can live and thrive. Currently, however, too much of that money is undertaxed and failing to contribute to our collective welfare. I encourage the council to ask the CFO and his office what kinds of preparations they would need to implement these additional taxes. DC is a city of abundance. We can have enough for everybody if our leaders are courageous enough to stand with working people and demand that the wealthiest do their part. The wealth exists, it just isn't being shared. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your statement. April Thomas, who I believe is online. She declined, so we'll move on. Michelle Chappelle.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michelle Chappell, and I'm the co-chair of the Congress Working Group for Free DC. I'm here to discuss DC's tax decoupling from the OBBBA and the disapproval resolution Congress attempted to pass regarding V260458, the DC Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revision Temporary Amendment Act of 2025, which I will refer to as our new local tax law. Last month, Congress decided for the first time under Home Rule to try to tell DC how we are allowed to raise revenue. This was not in response to some financial crisis brought about by mismanagement, but simply because we did not conform to the president's deficit ballooning priorities. We dared exercise independent judgment that would benefit working families and balance our budget. Congress decided that unlike every state government, DC did not have the right to that independent judgment. Free DC fought hard against this disapproval resolution. Our volunteers made hundreds of phone calls to members of Congress. We sent dozens of meeting requests that were mostly ignored. We sat in a Senate committee markup on the resolution that lasted all of 10 minutes. We visited many offices delivering your letter against the resolution, Mr. Chairman, the CFO's letter, the letter from DC business community leaders, and our own letter with 64 national and local organizations signed on. With this united front, we were successful in convincing every single Democratic member of Congress to vote against the resolution, a definite win. I would like to thank you, Chairman, and the Council for your notice about the timeline for the congressional review of the disapproval resolution. By announcing that the review period had expired and that our new local tax law had in fact become law, you stood up for local autonomy and gave DC residents and businesses needed clarity on the current tax season. The Attorney General today confirmed the unified position of the DC government with his opinion, demonstrating the firm legal footing that DC stands on to continue our tax season under our new law. Mr. Chairman, this administration wants us too scared to stand up for ourselves. They want us to give away our own rights until we have no autonomy left. But we are not scared. They may not know our worth as Americans, but we do. Free DC's position continues to be that when Congress is voting to overturn our local laws, then every member of Congress becomes our member of Congress. We will continue to show up. My ask today is for the CFO and the Council to continue to do your jobs. The CFO's job is to responsibly manage the finances of the district, consistent with our local laws. Your job at the Council, as you well know, is to pass legislation for the good of DC. I urge the CFO to allow the DC government to continue tax collection according to all of our local tax laws, including our new local tax law. To do otherwise would put the district into unnecessary financial peril and threaten further loss of our limited autonomy. If we capitulate to an invalid disapproval resolution, we stand to lose much more than one orderly tax season. We would effectively be ceding control of our local tax system to an incompetent federal government. I urge the DC government to incorporate the provisions of our new local tax law into the budget for the next fiscal year. I echo many who have already testified today and urge you to keep the child tax credit. I urge you to listen to your constituents and do what is best for DC and not for the regime who sees us as less than. I believe that the government of DC and the people of DC are united on this issue. Let us all act courageously and according to our values. We keep us safe, Free DC.
Thank you. And if you could give us a copy of your statement, that would be great. Tiziana Prophet, I think, is not here. Deja Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Deja Williams. I am a community organizer, DC native with Spaces in Action. We are also a member of the Just Recovery DC Coalition and Fair Budget Coalition. I am a DC native, as I mentioned, a sister, a daughter, an advocate, a friend, and a brand new godmother. My testimony today will focus on protecting and fully funding a local child tax credit for the district and the protection of very important and crucial social safety nets programs that support our families. My values are family, community, and equity. These values matter to me because my family and larger community are my whole reason for advocating. Black, brown, immigrant, low income, homeless, disabled families, etc., all deserve a right to be safe, healthy, and have an equitable way of living. The problem is that safety, equity, and a healthy way of living have not been the reality for DC families. Nearly 1 in 3 Black children in DC live below the federal poverty line, compared to just 1 in 100 children who are white. Compared to other states, the district is tied for the fifth and highest child poverty rate for children aged 6 to 17. This year, the federal government will make cuts to important social safety net programs, making it even harder for families to keep a roof over their heads, put food on the table, and send their children to school ready to focus and learn. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, I am a new godmother. My godson was just born early this morning right here in the district. What will access to social safety nets look like for him and his mother? 1 year from today, on his first birthday, will there even be TANF money for him, child care vouchers, or a child tax credit? Will his mom be able to continue to raise him in the district at all? These are questions we will be left pondering as we plan for his life. The DC I grew up in had access to child care vouchers. My mom got access to TANF, WIC, SNAP, and all social safety nets that created the woman you see today. Those social safety nets and additional resources like the CTC are being threatened. At this rate, my godson will grow up in a completely different DC, a DC with no CTC, limited health, food, housing resources, and it looks like no cash payments to families. The child tax credit, or CTC, can support families when they need it the most. Direct cash payments to families are proven to ease financial burdens and help pay for rent, utilities, school supplies, and reduce food insecurity. Poverty has long-lasting effects on children's development, learning, employment outcomes, and their interactions in the child welfare system. So now that you know all this information, I hope the council will take in consideration the great power that you all have over the next generation. The future of thousands of DC children and families is in your hand. I hope you do not take that lightly. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I will be open to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it. Natalia Otero.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero, and I am here on behalf of DC Safe. We provide 24/7 crisis intervention for over 12,000 domestic violence survivors each year. We also housed 476 families and 549 children this year alone. We want to take the time today to uplift the vital role that the Office of the Chief Financial Officer plays for the city. We have a thriving continuum of care in the nonprofit sector in DC that meets the most urgent needs of our communities that would otherwise be costly for the city to respond to. For example, we know that one single homicide can cost the city upwards of $3 million. But the investment that the city made in DC Safe alone last year of $4.5 million supported over 1,500 residents at high risk for homicide, no doubt saving lives and resources. Nonprofits are highly impacted by the actions and decisions of this office. We appreciate that you are facing hard decisions and federal interference. Your job ahead is difficult. However, accountability for the most vulnerable residents must be a driving force. This past year, an unexpected surplus of funds was reported. We were hopeful that with the city's oversight and contingency planning around vital areas of need, it would create much needed relief around childcare subsidies, pay equity, healthcare, housing, and emergency financial assistance. Unfortunately, the rollout was slow and deadlines were missed. This added to uncertainty and further fueled the scarcity mindset in the city. Violence in many times is driven or escalated by instability. Additional uncertainty and lack of transparency in our budget adds to those tensions, which spills over into violence. We also want to uplift that many of the financial priorities listed in the contingency and many of the cuts in last year's budget are rooted not just in stewardship to the community, but in safety. As DC Safe approaches its 20th year in service here in the District of Columbia to survivors of domestic violence, we know that a more sustainable approach and predictability in our budget process has a lasting effect on our community. We know that there are many outside processes creating uncertainty and federal interferences create extra pressure. We deeply respect the hard work of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer in these difficult times, but we urge the CFO and members of the staff to keep in mind the ripple effect that they can have on our city. We are also a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and like many other community members, we are seeking more transparency and a more accountable approach from the CFO. We also urge this committee to support and look into the lack of implementation of the Nonprofit Services Preservation Act of 2025. It was designated to fix a chronic underfunding of DC nonprofits by creating a more sustainable minimum indirect cost rate, but seems to have gotten deferred for lack of planning or funding, or both. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Otero. I think that completes this group. I don't have any questions for you all. Those of you who didn't give me statements, if you would please, and thank you for your time and your testimony. Gustav Band, Anthony Mangrum, and Shelley Rep. And give me just a second. Give me just a second. Sorry about that. Mr. Gustav Band. Gustav Band, you're up.
You hear me? Yes, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes.
Okay, dear Mr. Mendelson and members of the council, my name is Gustav Bande. I'm born here in Washington, D.C. I'm a single father. I'm a member of the Jubilee Jumpstart Development Center for Families located in Ward 1. And I'm the father of Nia, who is almost going to be 3 years old. Before I start my story, I would like to ask, what kind of city do we want to be? We're the capital of the United States. We're surrounded by wealth, influence, and opportunities. Yet we're tied with New York and Puerto Rico for having the highest wealth concentration and the highest inequality in the nation. In our city, white households or rich households have 81 more times wealth than black households or what we call poor households. That is not just a statistic. It is a moral failure. It reflects a deep problem in the racial and economical injustice that we live in this country. In some neighborhood families own multiple properties, they have businesses. A block away, we have children with lack of nutrition, with lack of housing, with no early education. That is a big gap. Right now, at our current funding level, the early education support like child care and pay equity fund is underfunded on the budget for the 27. That causes the deep anxiety in people like me. They're already going to cut our TANF. Instability for parents like us that are not going to have, for example, the support of a child care center across the city is horrible. Additionally, the revenue is not optional in DC. It's serious about accessibility of affordable, high-quality early education. Families have no opportunities here in DC. That is why the support of raising the tax to gain more revenue for these daycares is very important. Voters consistently support raising revenue to high income and high income wealth residents will straighten up the child care. When we support early educators, they stay longer in the field. Classrooms are more stable. Children benefit consistent from their caregivers. That stability shapes children's lifelong learning and future access. We know that crime rates will improve with education. The ability to curb the drug problem by preventing in early education instead of the intervention programs that we have at this moment will be a benefit in the long run. We know that the investments work because we have seen in 2021 council help expand the earned income. Now, I was born here in the United States. I was raised abroad. I know how difficult it is to come from a poor family and be seen like you don't have the chance or you don't belong. So my statement is there. I would like you to read it, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bande. I do have your statement. Anthony Mangrum?
Dear Chairperson and members of the council, my name is Anthony Mangrum. I am a later in life parent to a 2-year-old daughter enrolled at the House of Ruth Child Development Center in Ward 7. I'm also a single father and a DC native. I grew up in Northwest DC just a couple of blocks away from Chinatown. We are told that America is the greatest country in the world, but yet do not have things like universal health care. Yet people here are being denied basic services. Millionaires and billionaires are flourishing, and the wealth gaps keeps growing. As costs rise, DC families and many DC natives will be forced to move out of the city. It feels like a smack in the face to district residents who are struggling to stay afloat. This reality says a lot about who DC is working for. That is why I support the Just Recovery for DC Coalition and the All In for DC campaign proposed to make our tax system more racially equitable and raise the resources that are needed. Revenue raisers are a key solution to addressing the budget gaps we face. The council must do more to fix tax policies that concentrate wealth in the hands of a few wealthy, predominantly white households, while public investments in our community fall short. A simple wealth proceed tax could raise $121 million or more for critical programs our communities rely on, including the child care subsidy program and the pay equity fund. Funds from changing how we tax wealthy residents and profitable businesses can and should be used to fully fund the child care sector. People living in poverty and struggling to make ends meet cannot give what they do not have. Those at the top 1% can give because they have enough. Those at the bottom cannot carry this alone. The people and corporations who benefit the most from this city have a responsibility to invest back in it. This is my first time testifying, but I'm here because fully funding child care cannot wait. When these programs are not adequately funded, families like mine feel it immediately. Families at the House of Roof feel it immediately, and inequities only deepens. Right now, the key early childhood supports like child care subsidies and the pay equity funds are underfunded and missing in the FY 2027 budget. That creates anxiety and instability for parents and providers. Additional revenue is not optional if DC is serious about accessibility, affordability, and high quality early education.
Thank you, Mr. Mangrum, and I do have a copy of your statement.
Okay.
Shelley Rep.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson. My name is Shelley Rep, and I am testifying on the performance of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Last week, the President signed a disapproval resolution passed by both houses of Congress that overturns or purports to overturn a district law adjusting how DC's tax code interacts with recent federal tax changes. This action creates great uncertainty during the current tax filing season, which the Chief Financial Officer and the Council should address. As background, the DC Council last December passed legislation amending DC's tax code to unlink DC from some of the provisions in Trump's One Beautiful Bill Act, including reversing deductions for tip income and qualified overtime pay. DC has not been alone in traveling down this road, but due to special our special status, the Congress and the president can override these changes, which is what they have purported to do. The timing of the DC action has significant implications for current tax administration. Last fall, the Office of Tax and Revenue made changes to district tax forms, guidelines, and systems for the current tax filing season to reflect the tax amendments approved by the council. The disapproval resolution disrupts the process. In testimony before the Committee of the Whole on February 10th, CFO Glenn Lee stated enactment of the joint resolution requires OTR to change tax filing processes for the current filing season to reflect district law prior to the Tax Amendment Act's enactment. To accomplish this, the OTR would suspend the current filing season until such time as it can make these necessary changes. Specifically, OTR would need to re-engineer its processes, reprogram its systems, redevelop its forms, and require changes to the software of tax processing vendors to conform to what will now be current law. Many of us have already begun work on our taxes or have already filed them. What we need is better guidance from the CFO. I realize that the Attorney General's opinion today throws that into up in the air, but nonetheless, it even increases the need for better guidance. And there's very little guidance coming so far. Before moving on from tax administration, I should point out that questions still exist on the taxability of out-of-state municipal bonds. Previously, the income on all munis was tax-free in the district. That changed in 2025. While OTR has updated its forms, I think recently, to reflect the change, I'm told that TurboTax has not yet made that change. This was current as of last night. That means that DC could be losing revenue it expected to receive. I hope the council asks the CFO about how this change has been implemented. The disapproval resolution also has significant implications for the district's budget, which is already under stress. The joint resolution is projected to reduce DC revenue by around $600 million over 4 years. DC has already committed the revenue derived from the decoupling to, among other purposes, expansion of DC's earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. The former can be claimed on returns for 2025, while the latter can be claimed for 2026. According to the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, child poverty in the district spiked recently, particularly among Black youth. The child credit is one of the most effective ways to reverse this trend. If the credit is at risk, among other options, the council should look at whether funds set aside for unawarded downtown tax abatements might be repurchased to strengthen the social safety net. The CFO can support this effort by adding in his budget and economic analyses a discussion of the social implications of various budget options. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rep. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I didn't understand that last sentence of yours, Mr. Rep. The CFO can support this effort by adding, explain what you meant.
Well, there are, with respect to the social, the CFO does provide budget and economic analyses to you. And what I'm recommending is that as part of that, he discussed the pros and cons and and in particular, the social implications of the various budget options. And for example, with respect to the child tax credit, that what it means for poverty in the cities.
Why do we need to ask him to do the analysis when there's already a lot of research on the child tax credit and on the earned income tax credit?
Well, if there is, then no harm in providing more. But that's my recommendation. So put it that way. So. I mean, we've heard a lot today about budget proposals, programmatic proposals. I mean, this hearing is a performance oversight hearing on the CFO's office, and this is just a suggestion on how he might be able to do his job a little bit more effectively. So.
Okay, I will note there is a little bit of irony that most of the testimony has been about budget needs or programmatic needs for the district as opposed to performance of the OCFO.
Yeah, I only mentioned the the child tax credit because, and to my mind, it's linked to the passage of the Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revision Temporary Amendment Act.
Sure, sure. I was just thrown off a little bit by suggesting that we need to ask for an analysis when I think we sort of know what those two, no, I think we know what those two programs, EITC and
With respect to as we get into the budget season beginning in April, and the CFO does analysis on the various budget options coming from the council and the mayor, the suggestion would be that he look at the social implications to the safety net.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. You all are excused, and we're going to turn to the Chief Financial Officer. So Glenn Lee, you're up. Mr. Lee, do you have a statement or do I just have the PowerPoint?
Excuse me. Yes, I do have a statement.
Okay,
It's
very
very
short,
short.
meaning like 3 sentences or something longer that we
2 or
can
3
have a-
paragraphs. That'll go
Okay.
very quickly.
Maybe we should have a copy of that.
Oh, okay. Shall I
Give
give
us
me
a
a start?
second. No, give us a second. We're sorting this out.
Sure.
When you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Glenn Lee, Chief Financial Officer of the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear before you today to testify on the fiscal year 2025 performance of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, OCFO. I will also detail the agency's focus for fiscal year 2026 and beyond. Joining me today are members of the senior executive team of OCFO who will assist in answering questions from the committee. In carrying out its responsibilities, the OCFO works diligently to accurately and objectively communicate the district's financial position to its stakeholders. We oversee the district's financial operation on a foundation of transparency and activity. We produce reports, studies, and analyses to offer relevant and reliable information to the public, district elected leadership, Congress, credit ratings and agencies and investors, and independent financial auditors. Our mission remains steadfast to ensure the financial integrity and long-term fiscal health of the district for its residents and stakeholders. I want to take this opportunity to thank the employees of the OCFO for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to our mission. OCFO employees play an integral role not only in the success of our agency, but in the success of the district. During my presentation today, I will highlight several of our most important initiatives and provide an update on our agency's accomplishments as we continue to advance our goal of being best-in-class financial organization. So if we can move to the PowerPoint. Thank you very much. I'll catch up with you here. We bring this slide now every year I've been here because it's so important for us as an organization. The people here that I'm with, my executives, it created a culture that is based on these core principles. In the end, we create an environment, my colleagues create an environment of relentless effort to execute and improve. And these are the different attributes or cultural values that we have that leads to that environment. I'm very pleased and proud that I inherited this culture. A little bit about our core functions. The first 4 dot points: estimating financial resources available, attesting budget balances, evaluating fiscal impacts of all legislation, and monitoring spending and revenues, are geared toward ensuring that planned and actual spending does not exceed district resources. We also ensure financial transactions are proper and recorded accurately, as well as we produce financial statements that fairly and accurately present the district's finances. These two are the components that ensure the financial integrity for the district. In addition to these things, we review all economic development projects, we issue all debt, manage cash and investments, and oversee the credit rating process. We oversee tax collections and the lottery system, and we manage financial personnel and activities, including budgeting, accounting, and payroll functions in all agencies and component units. For fiscal year 2026, next slide, please. For fiscal year 2026, most immediately is an issue that many of the speakers have brought up before us, and that's managing the implications of Joint Resolution 142, approved by both congressional chambers and signed by the President. We are reviewing guidance from the DC Attorney General that we received late this morning. If the joint resolution invalidates the district's tax changes that were adopted first in November of 2025 that effectively decoupled the district's tax code from the implications of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, then we must suspend our current filing season. OTR must re-engineer, reprogram, and redesign its tax filing processes, systems, forms, and schedules. And to do these things, we'll need additional resources, of course, and we expect to complete late in the fiscal year of 2026, the current fiscal year, or possibly early in fiscal year 27. So effectively, have filing up and running again to be completed at the end of this fiscal year, late summer.
If I may interrupt, so
Yes,
when
sir.
you testified at the
Act for hearing.
I pressed you on, and this isn't meant to be a gotcha question, but I pressed you on if it was suspended, when would be the filing date? And the impression I got was you were looking at August, but you would do everything you could to see if it was this fiscal year.
Yes.
Here you're saying it might be fiscal year 27, meaning like October.
Yeah, and thank you for the question because that's been a couple of weeks ago since we spoke to you, and our team is working very hard to try to sort out all the tasks and steps that we have. And we're now believing that we are likely to have final filing again toward the end of the summer, so late summer. That would be the mid part of September. But some of the transactions actually then would float into fiscal year 27, which starts in early October. So we're much more informed than we were when we talked before. And that looks like about the time that we would need in order to shut down our system, do all the re-engineering we need to do, and then bring it back up and then execute filing.
So if I can rephrase, so later than what you originally
Yes.
thought, but probably still this fiscal year, but there would be some spillover into FY 27.
Right now, likely, but appreciate we're still working very hard now that we're really in the details of planning to understand the full implication. Right now, this is our target or our best estimate. As we work, as we move further in this effort, we'll learn more, we'll have much better ability to estimate
Sure.
precisely where we are.
You said additional resources would be needed. Rough sense of how much?
You know,
A couple $100,000?
no,
a
sir,
couple
it's
million?
closer to multiple millions.
Multiple millions.
Right. You know, I can imagine between $5 and $10 million by the time we're done. That, like our timing is still being developed, to be clear. So we'll have much more precise information as we move forward with this effort.
Okay, I understand. Please continue.
As we discussed at the Act for a hearing, we have about 365,000 individual taxpayers or personal income taxpayers and roughly 65,000 corporate and unincorporated taxpayers that would be affected by these changes. As we've also described, there will be cash flow implications. And what does this mean exactly? It means that typically during the April filing season, we receive roughly $400 to $450 million in final tax payments from taxpayers. If we need to suspend the process, the current process, which we would if we fully implemented the impact of JR 142, we would not receive that $450 million until September. That means all through the fiscal year, we would have $450 or so million unavailable to us. In other words, it's not in our checkbook, so to speak. As we've talked many times, and we'll talk more today, our pace of our expenditures and revenues vary throughout the year. In the later summer, we are spending more than we're bringing in. Of course, that's all made up by the end of the year with the property tax payments in September. But having 450 million less in our checkbook, so to speak, will create some stresses to our system. Simultaneously to doing the planning around the tax change, we are also trying to evaluate what kind of adjustments we need to do to spending patterns or other things we can do internally to maintain spending patterns, but ensure we have enough cash on hand to pay our bills. Again, that's a timing issue, not a reduction in the revenue forecast. I want to be clear about that.
How many taxpayers have filed so far?
Over 50,000. We're up to 75,000. 50,000 last week.
75,000 taxpayers have filed. That
Yes, sir.
would be individuals as well as corporations.
That is true, sir.
And that's as of yesterday, as of 4 o'clock today?
As of last Friday.
Help me for a moment. 23, 22, 21, 20, 19th, to February 19th. I keep interrupting. I'll try not to.
It's fine. Next slide, please. Another initiative that is different from the cash flow issue we were talking about is to evaluate and potentially overhaul many aspects of our cash flow management activities. And this is an initiative that we started long before this issue, JR 142, was upon us. And what we're trying to do is leverage our new financial system to manage resources as an integrated whole, or our cash balances as an integrated whole. And that will create a lot of changes in how we move money between the different funds in the district, hopefully becoming far more efficient. It'll improve our ability to do cash flow forecasting across the entire government, which helps us in our planning of what resources are available to pay bills. And in addition, we are making several initiatives to smooth spending patterns. And what do I mean by that? It's to shift as many spending items, expenses, to pay more evenly throughout the year rather than have them concentrated in any particular times of year. We have engaged a consulting firm, Gartner Consulting, to help us with this. It's a state-of-the-art think tank for public sector finance, private sector as well. We're very pleased to have them helping us frame our options, and looking forward to moving forward with many of the implications of this activity.
When was Gartner brought on?
Early February.
This month?
Yeah, yes, early February. We've been speaking to them for a while, so they understood us, we understood them after we followed the proper contracting procedures, but we're going full speed right now. Now, we started many other components of this initiative months and months ago, but it's helpful to have a top flight external talent give us some advice, bring current best practices to us to make sure we're on the right path. In addition, we have created a cloud-based, we've contracted for a cloud-based customer service system that we've migrated the call centers to this new platform. This includes both OTR customer service and e-services, as well as in our treasury unit for the central collection unit and unclaimed property group. The benefits of this is that we optimize call routing, so hopefully driving down wait times on the for people who call us. We have an interactive voice response system that's more enhanced than we had. Hopefully, we have user-friendly agent interfaces, and it provides this platform provides enormous amount of reporting and analytical information to our managers to adjust how we deploy resources to manage incoming calls more efficiently. Again, all trying to drive to shorter wait times for our customers, both tax and those that interact with our treasury unit. Finally, we are successfully implementing the budget side of the financial system that we've implemented. Now it's gone live for about 3 years. The budget system, or adopting and implementing the budget module of our financial system, which is known as DIFS, fully integrates budget processes with accounting data in the accounting system. This is especially helpful for expenditure forecasting, budget formulation, if you will, and implementing spending limits in the accounting system. It cuts down a lot of work that was done by hand before by our staff. So we're really pleased with this effort and look forward to enjoying it here in the future. It'll be fully implemented in part of the fiscal year 27 budget cycle. That concludes my short introduction. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I noticed that after the slide deck, you have some appendices like agency output. So one of the ones that caught my eye was gross CCU debt collected, $60 million. Would you follow up this hearing by providing GCU collection data for each of the last 5 years?
Of course.
So it'd be the 60 million, which I assume was FY 25.
Yes. And I
Yes,
believe one of your questions asked for both gross collections as well as general funds, so we're happy to break that out as well.
Okay. The CCU is required to submit an annual report every year, but we haven't received one since FY 23. Do you know why?
The fiscal year
You
20,
should identify yourself for the record.
Carmen Pigler, treasurer for the District of Columbia. The fiscal year 20, we're required to file it by March of each year. The fiscal year 2025 report you'll be receiving shortly, and fiscal year 2024 was submitted
The end of March. I
end of
believe.
March in 2025.
Correct. So
Are
we're,
those available on your website?
yes, it's our understanding. So effectively, that was the fiscal year 24 information that's provided during 25 was published at the end of March of 2025.
Right.
So when will we get it next month?
You'll receive it this week. CCU will submit it to the CFO this week, and we'll make sure it gets posted.
This week?
Yes.
My next question was how much gross delinquent debt was collected, but that would be the 60 million, 60.6 million.
That's correct.
Was all of that transferred to the general fund?
I believe it would after expenses, and I believe expenses were $7 million for fiscal 25. So the transfer will be around 53 million.
What did you say, 53.3? Or did I make that up?
About 53.
Okay. Last fiscal year, or even including this fiscal year, how many installment payment plans did the CCU enter into with debtors?
I believe it was for fiscal year 2025, I believe
Yes.
it was around 3,500, but we will get the exact number for you.
And can you describe what the terms of the installment plan payments are that you offer?
So it's based on, it varies from for each individual request. We consider ability to pay, individuals' total expenses, and we try to set up a plan that does not exceed 3 years.
Can you say that again? I wrote down, I mean, I heard you would not exceed 3 years.
Right. So we look at an individual's ability to pay, their total expenses, income, and we try not to have a plan exceed 3 years, just to make the longer you extend the plan, typically the more risk there is, the less likely you are to collect in full. So we try to limit the time period.
Well, I think part of where I'm coming from is that I've heard many times reports that in order to enter into a payment plan with CCU, that an individual has to pay a considerable amount upfront. But it's a considerable amount more than what they can come up with. So I think just for an example, let's say somebody owes $1,200. Well, they could pay $100 a month, but they're required to put up more than that in the first couple of months. But the reason why they owe the money is because they don't have the money. So I know I'm not being very precise in my question, but can you respond to this?
There could be a situation if a car is impounded, yes, it would require a larger cost up front because that's what would be required for an impounded vehicle. But typically we try to work with anyone who requests a payment period to make sure that we have terms that are consistent with what they are able to pay. There's, you know, there could also be a settlement versus a payment plan. And yes, a settlement would require a large upfront payment.
How often do you enter into a settlement?
Settlements are less likely than payment plans. I don't have the exact numbers that would, so the 3,500 I gave you is settlements and payment plans, but we can break that out for you.
How much of this is itemized in the annual report?
It's in, that information is in the annual report.
So for a settlement, so somebody owes $50,000, what would a settlement look like?
Depending on, in most situations, what we try to do is come to an agreement with the debtor and the agency to remove penalties, which significantly reduces the obligation. But in any case, with a settlement, we typically require 2 to 3 payments of, so they, you know, for something like $50,000 would usually be a penalty from like Department of Buildings. We don't typically see fines like that for vehicles. So those infractions would require larger settlement payments.
I think I got a little confused. So Department of Buildings, somebody owes $50,000 for notices of infraction. I don't know if there's a penalty or it's just simply that's what the fine is.
Sometimes by the time a payment gets to CCU, there would be penalties and interest added to that.
And typically you would, as part of the settlement, eliminate the penalties.
Correct.
But not the interest.
In some instances, we could remove the interest also.
So what factors are behind CCU picking a settlement rather than a payment plan?
It's up to the individual. We don't, you know, require one or the other. We just typically we find that with larger infractions that are not related to moving violations or parking. Typically, the debtors prefer to work out a settlement rather than a payment plan. And those are typically entities and not individuals. It's typically a business, and that may be what works best for them.
So my impression is that not every district agency is using the central collections unit. This may be the wrong question because it may be too many agencies. Do you know which agencies are not using CCU to collect delinquent debts?
I'm not aware of agencies that typically have large debt that are not transferring that debt to CCU. So there are about 13 agencies in the district that impose fines, penalties, or fees that could result in delinquent debt. The agencies are responsible for turning that debt over to the district, and for the most part, the agencies that have delinquent debt, they are submitting that debt to CCU.
Now, you said for the most part. So the first part of your answer seemed to be 13 is the total universe of agencies to collect. And the 13 agencies are the agencies that you are collecting, but then you said most of the agencies have turned it over to CCU.
Last fiscal year, for example, we worked with DGS to start making sure their delinquent debt was turned over to CCU.
So DGS is new.
Right.
Are they part of the 13?
No, they are not. That would have been new in 25, late 2025, fiscal year 25.
Anyone else joined last year?
Not that I'm aware of.
So they're 14.
Yes.
Does CCU set a collection target for a given fiscal year?
We don't have a target for a fiscal year. What we do is during the revenue estimation process, we look at the universe of debt that's outstanding, how old that debt is, what the likelihood is of collecting it. We evaluate what resources we would need in order to collect that debt, and then we determine how much debt we anticipate collecting for a fiscal year, and we work with ORA on that estimation.
So I'm guessing you wouldn't have this answer. How actual collections compared with the estimate, but you could provide that.
For fiscal year 25, I know we actually exceeded the revenue estimate.
So yes, so the answer is yes, we can provide that.
Could you do that for the last 5 years? 25 plus, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25?
I assume so, but let's see what historical data we have for the estimates. We clearly know what we've collected, but
I don't know what the estimates were.
yeah, that's right.
Well, ORA would know what the estimate was because you would have told them. And maybe even
More
told
than
them in
likely.
writing so that you would know what the estimate was. Just a thought. Give me a second. Mr. Lee, how many vacancies do you have right now?
Our operating vacancies is about 100, 103. And that would be local funded. And we have we're starting at a different base. So I'd like to take a moment to describe our position story, if you will. We have a certain amount that's approved in the budget, but they're not funded. Over the years, our budget has been reduced. We've not been funded for a variety of ways such that we could not afford the full amount of the authorized positions. So we've gone through our organization and reduced positions or identified those that we would never hire for again, and got to a point where we would have a count that is roughly 40 to 50 less than what's in the approved budget that we know we can manage sustainably. And our outcome here was to have, when a vacancy occurs, staff, management staff, executives could hire right away. There would be no delay. There would be no artificial suppression of our ability to continue to hire folks. And so the number I gave you, the 100 is, it's 103 for local, reflects our base that we're operating from. And it's high, and the primary reason for why it's so high is in order to live within our fiscal years 24 and 25 budget, we slowed down hiring dramatically. And so we're now back on path that every position we have that's vacant can be hired. So you'll see us hopefully fill the 103 positions very quickly. So in the end, we didn't want to be in a position where we constantly had a hiring freeze or limited hiring. That's very inefficient. So we made the hard choice of reducing positions or not ever going to fill positions that we clearly didn't have money for in our base budget. Now that we're in that position, we want our managers to hire as soon as there's vacancies. And so you'll see our vacancy rate go down in the next few months, hopefully, if the employment market works as we expect.
So the 103 are funded
Yes.
FTEs?
Yep, that's right. But again, it's coming off of 2, maybe 3 years of, certainly 2 years of suppressing hiring and artificially holding our hiring process at bay in order to have a little bit of salary savings that would allow us to live within our budget. But we wanted to permanently adapt to effectively lower budgets. And so we have. And so we've identified, as I said, 32 positions that we will not hire for in the future.
So was 32 the total number of unfunded positions?
In effect, yes. I'm pleased for the organization. We went through this process. We've accepted the challenge of having less base budget than what we're authorized to hire for. And at a lot of consternation of my colleagues here, we're at a point now where we can now hire as positions become vacant and manage resources not in a semi-crisis mode.
Give me a second. So, Mr. Lee, you think that in the next couple of months, you'll reduce that 103 number?
We hope to. We're moving. Now, there's no hiring freeze. There's no waiver process. managers work with HR to market their positions.
Did you have a hiring freeze last year from the
Yes.
CA or on your own?
Well, we implemented on our own because the entire jurisdiction was struggling toward the last half of last year. And so we certainly were in a position where it made sense for us to hold back on our hiring. And so that created a large vacancy backlog, and we're going to work our way through it.
Sure, but that was, in any event, it was your decision, not imposed on you by the city administrator and the mayor's order.
Yeah, I think we were ahead of the CA.
What's your telework policy?
My telework policy is to delegate to my executives to determine how best to deploy their staff.
When you say delegate to your executives?
The deputies that are with us today, plus our office directors who are not, and deputies who are not associates. In the end, we hold them accountable for a substantial amount of work, and they make the call in terms of what kind of hybrid or full-time in-office positions they need, and that's their responsibility.
So you don't have an OCFO-wide?
No, sir, because we have different kinds of needs. Certainly, when we have front-facing, public-facing positions, they have to be on base, so to speak. Where we have very much research, standalone bodies of work, you can afford a more hybrid type of position with that, and then we have positions in between.
So who makes these decisions? The deputy CFOs for
And
Central
associates.
Financial and the
Yes,
associates?
in the field and our associates, yes. We delegate that to our senior staff who can choose to have an office-wide position for their group or delegate to their managers. In the end, the focus is on having the right set of people working on the right tasks that we accomplish effectively.
So a year ago, my recollection was that the telework policy was at least in the office, at least 1 day per pay period. That's no longer the case, or is that true for some of
I
the?
think we clearly meet that standard.
My question is that the standard in some of these offices?
I believe that's the case. Clearly, having long-term remote working is problematic. It's problematic from a management point of view.
I agree.
And so I trust our managers and our executives to have their folks in office when they need to for collaboration purposes, education, and so forth.
So I'm still a little confused.
Mhm.
Office of Revenue Analysis, do you know what their in-person requirement?
I do not know personally what the choices of my management team has made.
Office of Finance and Treasury?
So about a quarter of our workers are in person every day. The rest of my staff, we have a hybrid work. We're either in office at least twice a week. Some people are in office, the ones who are not required to be in every day are in office 3 times a week.
So the minimum in Treasury is 2 days a week in
Correct.
person.
That's correct.
And in the main office? That would be you?
Yeah, sure. 4 to 5 days a week and me on the weekend.
So the minimum in your office is 4 days a week in person?
Yeah, in person, but especially in an office like ours, as is with your staff, 9 o'clock we have to get together, we do via the electronic means. Again, the goal for us in particular is to collaborate on emerging issues or initiatives we're managing or routine work. So we have in-person meetings and we have remote meetings depending on the need.
The compensation agreement for comp units 1 and 2 expired last September 30th. How has your office entered into negotiations
We don't negotiate. We're part of the larger negotiation with that labor partner.
So you just live with whatever OLRCB does?
Yes, sir. And manage to that contract.
As you know, we sent you questions before the hearing.
Yes.
In response to question 17, you note that there are ongoing workspace issues for OCFO staff assigned to human service cluster agencies. How does OCFO negotiate workspace for these employees? If possible, could you describe the tenor and content of the discussions your office has had with human services cluster agencies?
Well, can you introduce yourself, please?
Paul Lundquist, Director of Office of Management and Administration for OCFO. And we are CFO staff serving the HSSC cluster expressed concerns regarding some relocations that were occurring within DHS and other agencies that their concern was there was not space being made available for their team. However, those planned relocations have been delayed now for a year or more, so that issue is no longer pressing right now. However, we're using this time to work with all affected agencies to make sure that the CFO staff there working in the HSSC cluster has proper space available prior to office moves being made.
So the issue's gone away?
For now, yes, and
Yes.
when we want to make sure it doesn't occur again.
That must have happened in the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
And that's because they delayed the relocation?
Yes.
And the issue was only arose only because of the relocation?
Correct. They have space available where they are, and the relocations cause concern.
So if I ask you, what can we do, if anything, to ensure that OCFO staff assigned to human services cluster agencies have adequate space? The answer is not needed.
Correct. We appreciate your concern.
In response to question 9, you state OCFO is on track to retire the on-premises telephony system and deploy new capabilities to additional call centers by April 2026. Do you anticipate this project having any impact on call center operations?
We don't expect negative impact. We do expect over the longer term, as we learn to optimize the technology, productivity gains or customer service benefits.
So diffs is not done. And I think in your PowerPoint, you mentioned that diffs is going to be finished in 2020, mid fiscal year 2027.
Yeah, we implemented in stages. The primary stage was the accounting stage, the transactional management system. That has been running, although and fine. And the ultimate measure of that is clean audit opinions for the last 3 years. But we did plan to bring in other modules, and currently we're in the process, as scheduled, to bring in the budget component of that. And what that allows us to do effectively as you move off of working through budget issues on spreadsheets and rather have an integrated platform with the accounting system. Now, in fact, we had something else that was more sophisticated than spreadsheets, but in our industry, you try to move as much of your processes into one data system platform. DIFS is an Oracle platform, and Oracle is one of the 3 or 4 major producers of financial systems. And so we, and I believe through actions of your office, moved on to this second phase of moving the budget system into DIFS. We appreciate that. As I said, we're on target with both completion and expenses. Very excited about that. And it will make our financial processes around budgeting far more efficient.
So is budget phase 2 or phase 3?
It's the second major phase. The numbering, I can't explain. The first major phase of implementing was the financial system. And I have to say that now that I've been part of implementing 2 systems, when you implement a new financial system, you never stop improving it because you're learning new capacities that your staff has never had before with the legacy systems that were adopted 25 years ago. And that's the case here. We're still learning options, optimization techniques, productivity enhancements, adjusting on the margin some of the processes that are not working for us. That's an ongoing process.
So you said that the budget module is the second major phase.
Yeah.
My notes here refer to phases 3 and 4. Is there a third major phase?
Not directly for us. So for example, we're not planning to move in our payroll system into DIFS. Other jurisdictions will do that, but we're not.
So I think I'm sort of just restating the obvious. So what's left is the budget module.
I'm sorry. Hang it. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
So what's left is budget.
That's our main new system that we're implementing now. Yes.
In tax year 2024, how many criminal investigations were opened by the Criminal Investigation Division?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Keith J. Richardson. I'm the DCFO and Tax Commissioner for the district. And in 2024, we initiated 5 investigations.
5.
In which we prosecuted 2 cases.
Of the 5, 2 were prosecuted.
Yes.
We're a pretty honest jurisdiction.
Are we a pretty honest jurisdiction? That's a
That was
loaded question, sir.
rhetorical question.
Yeah.
So five investigations were open, 2 prosecuted. The other 3 were closed, or they're still open?
They may be still open. I'm not 100% sure, but I can get back to you.
That just seems very low.
It's not necessarily low, sir. Again, it takes time to investigate a potential fraudulent entity. And again, it's up to the courts also to accept the cases or not. And we work with the Attorney General's office as well. If they accept
DC Attorney?
DC's Attorney General to take the cases as well.
So this is not a U.S. Attorney issue.
There could be some cases that we may have with them, but that's usually piggybacking on the IRS cases.
So the 2 that were prosecuted were by the OAG?
I don't know that exactly. I can get back to you with that answer.
Now that 5 was in FY 25?
Say that again.
The 5 investigations were
in 2024.
Tax year 2024.
Yes.
Help me here. Tax year?
Fiscal year 2024.
So is there data for fiscal year 25?
There's data for 2025, and we didn't have any cases in fiscal year 2025.
0 investigation.
Correct.
That seems awfully low to me. Could you maybe give me a 5-year history of investigations and prosecutions?
Yes,
Again, that'd be 21 through 25.
yes,
And I guess that's by fiscal year?
yes. We can do fiscal year and or calendar year.
Which do you prefer?
Um,
Let's do calendar year.
that's fine.
That seems awfully low. How many investigators do you have?
5.
How many did you used to have?
It's been about that number consistently during my 9 years here.
I'm sorry, say that
It's been consistently about that numbers, same numbers.
I want to ask about commercial assessments. Over the past several years, assessed values for commercial properties have been significantly higher than their market values. For example, in June 2025, a partially vacant office building at 300 M Street Southeast sold for $28 million, $55 million below its assessed value. This has significant ramifications for commercial property sales, as the assessed value determines the tax liability for recordation and transfer taxes. So my first question is, what's going on here? Why are commercial property assessments so far off the market value?
Well, in response to your question, and it go to 300M in Southeast DC, that property was sold at a distressed sale. So according to many third-party sources and public documents filed with the district recorders, the $20 million exchange was a price under legal and appraisal principles that will not qualify as a market value because it lacks the following arm's length transaction characteristics for that property. Again, an arm's length transaction requires both parties, the seller and the buyer, to negotiate and to achieve the most favorable outcome for themselves. Again, the seller pushes for the highest price while the buyer bargains for the lowest in a foreclosure transaction. Again, this is non-existent most of the time. The buyer and sellers does not have equal bargaining power on how and when and whom the exchange price, only the lender negotiation power. Again, during this transaction, is voluntary and is under duress due to the pressure on the lender and the buyer's inability to meet financial obligations on that property.
Okay. So that wasn't a useful example, 300 M Street. But there have been other examples where properties have sold for significantly less than the assessed value. Why are the commercial property assessments so far off?
Again, in today's market, some of the property owners are selling for less than the value that we value the market value at. I can't tell you why that is happening, but that's up to the buyer and the seller in their agreement.
Well, I could put it differently. This is asking a question I should know the answer and I don't, and that is to RIPTAC appeals. So I'm guessing that a lot of the commercial properties that go to RIPTAC are successful in getting a lower assessment. That's another way of my framing the question. Why are the assessments so far off?
I can't speak upon why RICTAC makes their decision against our value, sir. So that would be a conversation with them and their negotiations.
Well, one possible answer could be that you're relying on an income expense report that's a year old, but you didn't choose to give me that answer.
Well, that is true. We're looking at old data too. You're right.
I was going to add to that answer. Yeah, in the end, the process that we have here in the district is to, one component of valuation is to look at the income and expense information for a building. But in effect, by the time the tax bill is being paid, it's up to 2 years old. In a rapidly changing market, and we're in a rapidly changing market, that is part of.
Is it rapidly changing right now?
Not-
It's been 20, you've projected, I can't remember, and I do remember this, depending upon which database you consult, the vacancy rate will be different. But
Mhm.
whatever the database, you've been pretty consistent in your projections. And so I would say there's not a lot of rapidly changing in February of 2026. We've kind of known where we are for a couple years. Because you projected it for a couple years.
Right.
So I'm rejecting in a rapidly changing market.
Anecdotal information we have is that the market is, especially for Class A and B properties, and of course C, we're still experiencing situations where where demand is contracting still, and that's leading to changes in perception of valuation. On the other hand, we know from the data as well as from talking to folks who are in the industry, in the development industry, that the higher end, more prestigious office spaces, commonly called trophy spaces, are actually having a rebound, a very strong one. So we're in a market that's still adjusting. It's not a market that's moving sideways or slight up, slight down. It's adjusting, and we're in this period of uncertainty. Trying to understand what's happening, and as you point out, one of the key tools assessors use is older information, and perhaps now it's more accurately reflecting what's happened currently, but that's part of the challenge of assessing these larger buildings. Turnover infrequently, and we're geared to use older information in a time of contraction where demand is contracting.
Well, nobody benefits here. If you put out assessments that get challenged successfully, that's not very good process for you. And the property owners don't appreciate that they have to go and lawyer up to challenge their assessments and then win. And even though you factor some of this into the revenue estimates, it's not good for the revenue estimates that we project this much revenue, but then we're going to discount it for a different amount of reductions from the appeal process. So I'm not seeing a pretty picture here. Still on assessments, based on information from the Department of Buildings that a property is vacant or blighted, the Office of Tax and Revenue reclassifies properties as Class 3 or 4. How often does the office, that's OTR, reconcile the list of Class 3 and Class 4 properties with the Department of Buildings?
We get a monthly file exchange at the beginning of each month where we send the universe of Class and 3, 4 properties to DOB so they can reconcile OTR records with DOB's records. Again, adjustments are made daily throughout the course of the month. We receive, again, electronic interface information from DOB back and forth. So it's a daily basis that we do review the information they provide us.
Now that totally confused me. You do a monthly file exchange.
We provide them a monthly file exchange at the beginning of each month for them to review, and they will provide us with information on a daily basis that we can update our system.
So would it be accurate the way I wrote this, monthly file exchange, which is reviewed leading to daily updates?
Correct. And what we also do in addition to that is we semi-annually, during the billing reconciliation before tax bills are generated, we again provide information to them to make sure we're updating the accurate information into our tax database.
So there's a semi-annual review. How's that different than the monthly file exchange?
Because things can change or fluid with reports back and forth. So we bill, as you know, twice a year for real property. We send it out before we send bills out to make sure it's accurate. So property owners get their accurate bill that
Correct.
they should be getting.
So on February 1st, you sent the monthly file exchange, and then the bills are supposed to go out now. So like in the last week, you sent them what? After the bills or?
We
another
may have sent
file
it to them in January. I'm not sure precisely the time frame. We provide them the semi-annual reconciliation, but we always do that before the first and second half bills go out.
So you send them a reconciliation. That sounds different than a monthly file exchange?
It is different. It's a reconciliation, billing reconciliation. So let me say it this way. We do monthly reports with them, sending information, and then we do it twice a year because of the bills that we have to send out for first and second bills. So we call it a billing reconciliation, but again, it's a file for them to provide us accurate information on all 3 and 4 property class properties.
All right, give me a second. No. We're trying to remember, recently we were talking with somebody about a vacant property that DOB had as vacant and was not being taxed as vacant. So how does that happen? Does DOB send you anything?
They're supposed to give us the information when a property is going to be vacant or blighted because they have that responsibility to share that with us.
Okay, so for 1350, they decided it's vacant, they send you the information.
Correct.
Let's just say that you don't classify it as vacant.
We're,
Nothing more happens, but you send them this monthly file exchange. If they're paying attention, they will look and see that 1350 is not being taxed as vacant. Is that the way this works?
they should pay attention to it, yes, because they would know.
Now, I know you don't want to put it this way, but so it's on them that they kind of missed it. They may have sent you the information, but it's on them to verify that your records are accurate.
That is part of their responsibility, yes. Doesn't go to you and me. Different group.
For the last full tax year, talking real property again, I have here tax year 2024 would that be the last full tax year? I get confused.
Actually, 2025 would have been.
The last full tax year?
Yes.
Okay, so for the tax year 2025, do you know how many first level appeals were filed?
13,617.
You know how many were resolved via administrative review?
First level of review, total appeals were 11,058.
And those were resolved?
Yes.
11,058 were resolved first level.
First level.
So that means if I do quick math, about 2,600
Correct.
went to RIPTAC.
Correct.
Do you feel like the first level resolutions are done well? And that's not meant to get a
Yes.
puffery answer that, oh, we do great work, but
I believe my team does great work on trying to resolve as many appeals as possible during the first level.
but resolves them fairly and so forth.
Yes.
So there was testimony earlier regarding RIPTAC. While not on the committee's agenda today, I'm not sure why, our members remain concerned about the time it takes for decisions to be made. For example, this year, members were having their appeals hearing in early February when the statute requires that RIPTAC cases are decided by February 1st. In its FY25 Performance Accountability Report, RIPTAC admits that only 58.57% of decisions were completed by the February 1st deadline. Even more problematic, the percentage of residential decisions issued within 30 days was 10.79%.
Mr. Chairman, did I hear you correctly? That was a data about RIPTAC?
Yes.
Yeah, we can't speak.
Oh, but you guys care about RIPTAC. You should.
We do, but we can't speak to their volumes or their timing or processing and so forth.
Not at all.
Don't
That what
administer
your
it.
folks
Now,
see, because your folks are there before RIPTAC, right? When to go my second level, and I'm going into RIPTAC and I'm presenting my case, I'm assuming somebody from OTR is going to be opposite me.
That is correct. We are there.
And your guys all come back and they are mum with regard to the process. Oh, it's great. We love RIPTAC.
I think there's a difference between participating in a process and having management understanding of its pace, its success, and so forth. We do participate.
Sure, but sometimes participants are the best observers.
Could be.
And that's what I'm looking for here. Am I going to get any observations?
We could provide you observation, but again, we are not responsible for work that they do in their timeframes.
All to say our observations might be misinformed. It's like someone participating in the court system and finding it takes months to do that. You're showing up every day and you have no
Yeah,
idea.
but I know that Judge Smith takes a real long time. And that Judge Smith is just slow and all the other judges on the bench are like 10 times faster. Well, if RIPTAC is deciding cases in February, doesn't that affect your assessment notices?
It does have an impact on assessment notices getting out timely, yes.
And this is a snotty question and you don't care?
Of course we care, but
Okay.
again, I'm not accountable for their operations. I would like for them to do things decently in order, but that's not my ownership or responsibility of their operations.
I want to ask about audits. In tax year 25, assuming that you have complete information, how many audits did the Office of Tax and Revenue conduct?
In the tax year of 2025, we did 217 audits, resulted in $136.8 million in total assessments.
How much?
136 million.
In additional revenue.
No, those were the audit assessments. The additional collections was 92% of that money. So it was $126 million.
Why is the collection less than the audit?
Because some taxpayers may want to appeal our audit decision. They have a right to go to Superior Court or OHH for appealing our decision. But again, a 92% rate is excellent. So
And that was 120.
$126 million that was collected.
Any of the audits result in reductions?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
How does the audit activity in 25 compare with 24?
In 2024, we did 198 audits for a total of $82.9 million. So you see 2025 was a drastic increase over the prior fiscal year.
Was that because of additional resources, additional effort, or just
The selection of audit cases that they worked on is not about the resources of staff, we're about the same levels.
For tax year 2025, individual income tax forms were not available until mid-February. Is this usually the case?
Unfortunately, due to the current situation that we're in, the tax forms are available, but right now, we don't know if we're going to continue to move forward with them or not.
So
Because-
to be clear, preparing for administering taxes in the decoupled state or the legislation passed, this was something that was a little bit late. Normally, we do not publish this late. So appreciate it. I'm exceptionally proud of our team for being able to execute the fairly dramatic changes we had to make to prepare for what I'll call a decoupled tax law, which is what you passed in November and then again in December. However, that in this particular case caused us to be a little bit late.
So the forms being available, I think these are the paper forms being available in mid-February, was late, but due to the changes that we did with the decoupling.
Correct.
That is correct.
How is your agency conveying its additional budget needs for fiscal year 2027 in light of the mayor's apparent direction that agency budget enhancement requests not be made for fiscal year 2027?
I'll let Paul provide the details. We still need to plan our programs and we still need to assess and we do that relative to the 27 budget that was part of the 3-year plan that was ordained last summer. And so we in addition, identify unanticipated needs. And so then we package that together as our request. But I'd like Paul to provide a little bit more detail, please.
Okay.
Well, just to elaborate what CFO Lee stated, we still will present our needs going forward, and we'll have those discussions with the mayor's budget team concerning FY27 and beyond.
So my understanding is that the executive instructed agencies do not ask for any budget enhancements. You don't feel that applies to you?
We will have those discussions with the mayor's team stating this is what we see as our needs going forward.
And how do you convey that?
We convey that through discussion and through email. And
So we're still planning out the fiscal year 27 budget based upon the 27 budget that was part of the financial plan.
We're
Yeah.
talking about for CFO, OCFO.
yes,
I'm sorry?
We're talking about for OCFO.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For our operation.
yes.
And there are a handful of needs that we didn't anticipate that we want to discuss with the mayor's office, as well as perhaps initiatives that they would appreciate understanding, as anyone would. So it's our responsibility to have that conversation with them.
So I don't know if this is a question for you guys or for Mr. Kennedy. Each year agencies may submit, so maybe not this year, but each year agencies may submit budget enhancement requests to the Office of Budget and Performance Management to increase or modify their budgets in light of spending pressures, new policy priorities, and related factors. Does OBP receive copies of these requests?
Eric can answer, but I think it's a quick no.
Eric Kennedy, Deputy CFO for the Office of Budget and Planning. We do not receive the enhancements.
So I'm not just talking about this year, like last year.
No, I did not receive the enhancements.
Yeah, I'm not going to go too far back, but the year before?
No, I did not receive the enhancements. I don't think I've received enhancements since 2009.
Sorry, but I may not have any other questions for you. And you liked that seat, didn't you? Actually, I may have another question for Mr. Kennedy. Sorry, not fair on my part. FRPs. Have all the FRPs, first quarter FRPs been posted?
All but, I believe, 4 or 5.
What are the 4 or 5?
If you give me a minute, I can find out and give it to you. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, and when were they posted?
They were posted on the Wednesday after the ACFR hearing. I don't remember that date.
I think ACFR was on a
Yes, sir.
Monday? It was on the 10th.
Second or third.
3rd, 10th was a
10th,
Tuesday,
maybe the 10th.
so,
It was the 10th, so the 12th, roughly,
no, 11th.
11th.
Does that mean all but 4 or 5 were posted on the 11th?
I believe so, yes. I'll give you I'll come back if I can and give you the actual ones that have not been posted.
Okay,
I just need to get this.
okay, so maybe that seat should remain vacant for a minute, because you're gonna come back?
I'll just sit here, get the answer, and if Keith has to come up, he can come up.
Okay.
Yep.
In response to question 18, you list several new initiatives implemented by the OCFO, which leads to a couple of questions. For the Merchant Services Initiative, you state that the completion date will be extended into fiscal year 2027. What is the estimated date of completion for this initiative?
We anticipate completing by September 30th, 2027. Our strategy was to implement the agencies that are have the heaviest credit card volume. So that's OTR, DMV, DDOT, MPD, and DOES. The agencies that we haven't completed that have credit card volume and we haven't completed. Part of the issue was that they themselves are in various stages of implementing different back office systems. And those systems will have to talk to our merchant services provider to their software. So we're working through that. But by September 30th, 2027, we will onboard DOB, OAH, Events DC, Fire and Emergency Services, DHCD, Department of Housing, and DISB.
So I'm a little bit confused. Everything will be completed by September 30th, 2027.
Correct.
The agencies with the heaviest volume like OTR, DMV, DDOT.
Those are complete. So OTR, DMV, DDOT.
They're on, I'm going to say online.
Correct.
And then remaining agencies include DOB, OAH, FEMS, Events DC, and so forth, and that would be by
September
September
30th,
30th, 2027.
27.
For the cash management initiative, you state that the initiative is currently in phase 1 and on track. What specific actions has OCFO taken under this initiative for phase 1? When will phase 1 be completed?
The first phase is to optimize how we manage cash that's managed in the district right now. And as was mentioned in the ACFR hearing, we have several different bank accounts that we manage cash through. That's a serious impediment for being able to maximize cash across the different funds that we have. The typical or the best practice is to put as much as you can into one bank account, if you will, and then use very sophisticated accounting tools that we have in our new financial system to keep track literally by the minute, certainly each day, which fund owns that pool. That allows a lot of flexibility for cash planning and to be able to ensure that we can make our financial responsibilities, pay our bills, so to speak. And so that's a large effort. We have a couple of funds integrated now. We're very pleased with the outcome, but it's slow because there's some tactical processes that have evolved in how those one-off checkbooks, if you will, or bank accounts have been used that we have to unwind because they don't make sense and they don't facilitate or add value to the accounting of those resources. So that is a major emphasis, is to put everything together that gives us greater depth and also allows our forecasting team a much more comprehensive look at what cash we have and estimate, or more globally, what comes in, what comes out, and what they're, how do they manage to that? Because not only are they worrying about how much money we have to pay a bill tomorrow, they want to know how much is set aside for the next 2 or 3 weeks to invest, or 2 or 3 months, or 4 or 5 months, or 3 years. So we're very excited about this process. It's complex, but we're making good progress.
Now, everything you just said, is that phase 1 or is that phase 1 and phase 2?
It's phase 1, but we're phasing in within that action. We're phasing in several different funds and bank accounts slowly because we want to make sure that we unwind whatever practices are associated with those funds or resources being in separate accounts, unwind how the interaction worked with those separate accounts very, very accurately. So it takes a while. It takes some digging.
So when will phase 1 be completed?
We were hoping by the start of fiscal year 27. I don't think we're going to make that, but that's fine. We're making good progress with larger accounts to move them together with our consolidated pool, but we need to do this very carefully. But when we are there, we'll have so much more flexibility to manage our cash balances.
And is Gartner helping you on this?
I'm sure they'll provide some assistance or double check to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. I have a lot of faith in our team that's working on this. We're very excited to move into a more modern approach, and times require it.
What will phase 2 entail?
There's other activities we're engaged in, including looking at our spending patterns and adjusting spending patterns to the most we can administratively, and that's the vast majority. So specifically where we have expenditures that are concentrated in one part of the fiscal year, we try to see how we can adjust them so that they're paid throughout the year. We'll be working on that for a long time as we start with the biggest concentrated expenditures and that are concentrated chronologically within a fiscal year, and move our way down, address those and move our way down to lesser dollar values.
So even though you've just explained this, can I ask that you follow up the hearing with, in writing, explaining phases
Yes.
1 and 2 with a timeline?
And the program, yes.
With a timeline?
Happy to do that.
Okay. In response to question number 21, you state that legislative action is required to change the timing of pension payments from a single lump sum to per pay period installment payments. When will we be receiving this legislation?
Very shortly. The FIS has been, initial FIS has been completed. We've checked with all of our partners and stakeholders with the legislation. So I can't say it's tomorrow, but very, very quickly.
Well,
We're at a good point.
I had heard that you had draft legislation like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but we're not done socializing it properly with all the stakeholders. And that's important.
So very shortly.
Yes.
In that same response to question 21, you also noted that the district's tax sale law should be amended pursuant to a recent Supreme Court to opinion, recorder of deeds liens should be able to be sold at tax sale. So a couple, oh, you want to get up? Do you want to tell me what the agencies are?
It's actually just one agency. It's at this point, it's just one. It's non-public tuition, and it's in the process of being reviewed and signed by the agency director.
So it's just one.
It's just one now.
Okay.
So in terms of the tax sale question, David Singer, Chief Counsel, can address this.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. David Singh, General Counsel. Oh, David Singh, General Counsel for the OCFO.
So the answer was the district's tax sale law should be amended. Pursuant to a recent Supreme Court opinion, recorder of deeds liens should be able to be sold at tax sale. What Supreme Court case are we talking to? I have a couple of questions here, but what Supreme Court case are we referring to? Do you know?
Yeah, it's the Hennepin County, Minnesota case that
Okay.
came before the Supreme Court. And the central issue was how the original owner, and taxpayers' equity was being addressed in the tax sale.
So when are we going to get this legislation?
We're finalizing it, and we expect that we will have it to you shortly. I'm anticipating the next few weeks. We're working closely with our colleagues at the Office of Tax and Revenue to make sure that we have all the proper internal stakeholders with their eyes on it before we send it for your consideration.
So my note is next few weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I don't have any other questions for you. You're welcome to stay there. It's a comfortable chair. So I should have asked this earlier. How many bank accounts does the OCFO currently manage, and how long will it take to consolidate? I'm guessing you've sort of answered the latter, but let's try again.
So we have under OFT's purview, there are about 423 bank accounts. But that includes bank accounts for things like the business improvement districts, and they aren't directly related to the district or the district's cash flow. And in terms of integration, I was going to ask Kim, I don't.
Oh, great.
Kim Williams, Deputy CFO and Controller. So we're in the process of reviewing all of those bank accounts. A lot of them have legislation attached to them as to whether we can consolidate that cash into one bank account or if it has to be a standalone. We're analyzing the legislation as well as the business processes around that bank account to make sure that we understand the cash inflows as well as the outflows. And we can make changes to the accounting system as well as to our business processes accordingly. So we're doing that review. Some of them, we started with the big ones, the big dollar amounts, which are also the big, the heavy lift, if you will. But some of them are fairly small. We think we can consolidate those very quickly. So we have been looking at, we do about 4 or 5 bank accounts every 2 weeks. We're looking at going through, we do our analysis, we ask the agency questions, make sure we have the legislation, make sure we have a full understanding of a workflow, if you will. And once we do that, then we start initial conversations with those agencies to make sure that we can consolidate and fix those. So we're moving through. I don't know exactly when we'll be done. Ideally, we were hoping by September 30, as CFO Lee said, but it's going a little bit slower. But I think once we get to the smaller bank accounts, those should go fairly quickly.
I kind of thought you might say, looking at the law behind what set up the funds, I can't imagine that the council adopted legislative language that said there shall be a separate bank account. We
Yeah,
probably said there shall be a separate fund.
Right. There's a lot of, yes, and that's exactly what it is. I think prior, in our old legacy system, we didn't have the availability that we do now, or a robust GL system. So what was happening was separate bank accounts were being set up. So we're just double checking the legislation to make sure that you do say a separate fund. If that's the case, we know we can consolidate that bank account. And as long as we have a separate funding or GL accounting within this DIF system, then we can move forward to consolidate. But we are doing our due diligence just to make sure.
Okay. Mr. Lee, is WMATA providing you with all the information you need to analyze their proposed capital budget? And when I say budget, you know what I'm talking about,
Right.
which is the DMV moves.
Right. No, sir. For us to understand the timing of their expenditures, remember there's 2 categories. There's their state of good repair, basic maintenance need, and then the enhancements that the agency is proposing. And we do not have even the highest level information about the timing of that. And that's important because it explains a lot of the revenue requirements that WMATA would need from its partner agencies, us included, to pay for those enhancements.
Is it because WMATA is refusing, or they just haven't finished their work?
I do not know. What's being asked is complex, so I appreciate that. I respect that.
My understanding is that there have been 2 contingency cash draws in fiscal year 2026, one for SNAP payments and one related to the snowstorm response. According to the code, you're supposed to notify the council's budget director of any allocation from or of the contingency cash reserve within 3 business days after the allocation or use. They did not get notified about either of these draws. Do you know why?
I'm at a loss. I'll check and get back to you, but just because the draw, my suspicion, are you saying you didn't receive anything?
I'm saying that when I asked our budget director if they'd gotten notice, they said no. I think they're aware of it because they looked in diffs, but they didn't get a notice.
Okay, I'll
The
check.
notice, I think, provides more information.
Right, we provide the notice through a new system now, Jira, but let me check and find out what happened.
All right, so not only will you provide the notice that we should be getting, but you'll provide an explanation for.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Our intent is to provide the information, so we will describe what we learn. So thank you for the feedback.
When you receive a request for a contingency cash draw, what, if anything, do you do to ensure that the amount of funds requested is reasonable as well as complies with the legal requirements, which is unforeseen and exceptional and so forth?
So one, the reasonable piece, I'm not really sure how to answer that. If by reasonable, you mean that there aren't other sources of funding, we do check to see if there's, well, first we have to determine how immediate the need is. Obviously, if a reprogramming is available, then that's the route that we suggest that the executive take. But there are instances, for example, the snow event, where a reprogramming would take upwards to 15 days or 14 days for passive approval. And so that's not going to be it's not going to be possible if we're going to meet that need. So that's the first thing. The second thing is obviously, with respect to the law, is it a one-time item? If that is also what you mean by reasonable, we do look at that to make sure that we're in compliance. Obviously, things were a bit different during the pandemic, that we were in a, what do you call it, a health state of emergency, public health state of emergency. So those are the sort of things we do. And in our analysis, we focus now, we've made some changes to how we approach the award for review of contingency cash reviews, a review request or request the reviews, review the request. And so we do spend a fair amount of time looking at sections of the budget where we see that there is some additional funding and asking questions. Is that fund, are those funds to be committed? What are they to be committed to? So forth and so on.
Would you say that you're getting fewer contingency draw requests than in the
Yes.
past?
Yes, significantly fewer.
And have you ever said no to a request?
Yes.
Recently?
As recently as FY 2025.
Mr. Lee, when much earlier in this line of questioning, you said there were 103 vacancies. Now, your Schedule A said 148 vacant positions, but you also said you've been reducing the number of positions. My recollection was unfunded positions. So my question, I guess, is for the 103, if you could provide additional data showing how long each of those positions has been vacant?
Yes, happy to. Remember, that's influenced by the spending pressures that all agencies had last year. So
Sure, and you could also just remind us of that in the answer
Yeah.
when you provide that. How often does the BRADV meet? That's the Board of review of anti-deficiency violations. How often do they meet?
I honestly don't know what their routine meetings are, Eric.
So obviously, I'm not a member.
You're not on it?
I'm not on the
Neither-
board,
neither of us, okay.
but just generally, Brad V meets as
Oh,
it would be required to
I think
meet.
the chair of the board would know.
we
Yes.
have our expert here.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
My name is Angel Jacobs. I'm the Deputy CFO and Chief of Staff for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. So the board meets when it receives a referral. We're required by legislation to meet within 30 days of receiving a referral of an alleged violation of the act.
So when's the last time the board met?
I have that date, just a second. The last time we met was in June of 2025.
You remember what the referral was?
I'm sorry, let me say that. Yes, the last referral we had was regarding an allegation. It was referred by the Office of Inspector General, and it was related to the Department of Employment Services.
And that was in,
I'm sorry, the date, I gave you the wrong date. So we received the referral on June. The meeting actually was held on July the 8th.
did it meet any other time last year?
We met on October the 22nd of 2025 as well.
So the last meeting was not July 8th, it was October 22nd?
That's
And what
correct.
was that about?
It was a follow-up to the referral that we received from regarding the Department of Employment Services.
So it met twice last year
Yes, that's correct.
and only twice last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Lee, I think you were in the room when Shelley Rep testified. I should point out that questions exist on the taxability of out-of-state municipal bonds. Previously, the income on all munis was tax-free in the district. That changed in 2025. While OTR has updated its forms to reflect the change, I'm told the TurboTax has not yet made the change.
We heard that as well. That is a problem that we will investigate with TurboTax. Our third-party partners, obviously, we have a relationship to ensure our tax code changes are implemented on their system. I can't speak to why that is not the case with TurboTax, if that's true. So we duly noted that point during that presentation.
So can you get back to me then on the
Absolutely.
result?
Absolutely.
So that would be getting back to me after you've contacted TurboTax, after you've learned what TurboTax is or isn't doing. And presumably what's being done about it, which I would assume would be to correct it, if it is a problem. There also was a lot of testimony, maybe not a lot, but some testimony, no, it was a lot, about we need to implement the business activity tax. You're familiar with that because I
Yep.
don't remember if you're on the you were on the tax revision
I
commission?
participated with the Tax Revision Commission, yes.
And so if I could wave a wand and say tomorrow we adopt the business activity tax, how quickly could you implement it?
Well, in the current environment, with the adjustments we made with, as a result of legislation decoupling us from federal several provisions of federal code. Our staff, and as we move forward in this journey, our staff will take a while to organize themselves to deal with that. I don't think we're completely done with this issue, and there'll be a lot more
Okay,
discussion
so
here
then
in the
let me-
next few days.
Let me
So
rephrase the question.
2 years to 3 years, how's that?
That may be the answer, but let me rephrase the question. So I'm kind of assuming that decoupling, that this is all getting sorted out, but in any event, let's just say that is all sorted out by October 1st of 2026.
Mhm.
So I wave the wand on October 1st, 2026. How long would it take to implement it?
At least a couple of years.
So you said
Must be
2 to
longer.
3 years.
Yes, at least a couple.
And why?
Well, first of all, it depends on the way the tax is structured, which starts with the legislation. A tax that's structured such that we're collecting information from taxpayers that we already collect in some other reason, some other way, is easier to administer than if this is designed, a proposal like this is designed with a new definitions of the kinds of income that would be subject to the tax or new kinds of deductions. So it really depends on how it's structured to know how
Well,
long it'll take.
Not being super familiar with it, I
Mhm.
assume that the concept was fleshed out by the Tax Revision Commission or by its staff? Is that
At a very high level.
At a
I think
very
some of
high-
these critical issues about defining exactly what kind of incomes to that you're assessing or evaluating, the types of deductions that the concepts as well as the details of the deductions will take time to think through. To the extent the council and the mayor decide deviations from what we normally administer, then it takes longer to sort that out, define it, program for it in our systems, design information for taxpayers. So there's a lot of, it's very difficult to pin down when you can implement a new tax without much more dialogue about the details of the concept you want to implement.
Well, how much of that is defined in the legislation?
Legislation
Yeah,
or in the work of the Tax Revision Commission?
no, in the legislation. So you said the Tax Revision Commission explained this at a high level.
Yes.
So then you described some of the details that
Yeah.
need to be, some of the questions need to be answered. I'm kind of assuming those questions would need to be answered in the legislation.
Fair amount, yes, yes. Some of the specific definitions that you need to, in the end, we have to just frame within the legislation clarity about the revenue stream that you're going to assess a tax on and the limitations of what you're assessing the tax on, basically the tax base. And yes, that has to be created in a more detailed fashion than what I recall the concept papers that were developed with the Tax Revision Commission.
I'm still thinking that what you're saying is more of the work of the council in drafting the legislation. And I can't see how we would do that in the next 3 months, but let's just pretend that we had the legislation fully drafted and we could adopt it by October 1st. So I hand you not just a high-level concept, but I hand you a bill. Is it still 2 to 3 years?
Yes, because we don't know what's in the bill, what decisions, and we'll work with you as you design and provide you technical advice as you design specifically how you want the tax to apply. That's our responsibility. So without understanding some crucial decisions along those lines, it's hard to narrow.
But if we've
the
answered
timeframe.
that in the legislation, it still would take 2 to 3?
I don't know what the legislation looks like.
Well, I know, but
No, and I'm serious. I don't know what it looks like. If you're asking today, we wave a wand and everything else is addressed, and we're on a normal path with OTR. It's still 2 to 3 years until we understand, fairly precisely what we want a business activity tax to look like. Not trying to evade it. It's very complicated to work out the details that need to be in legislation and also then inform us how we implement the tax.
Give me a second. So I don't have complete notes here, but you're going to follow up with 5-year data on criminal investigations. Five-year data on CCU collections. What follow up with regard to TurboTax and muni bonds, these vacant positions, how long they've been vacant, the and with regard to the contingency draws this fiscal year, providing our budget director with the notices as well as providing me with an explanation of why we didn't get them. And more detail on phases 1 and 2 with regard to the cash management initiative. And I probably forgot something.
Our staff is taking notes as well. So perhaps they can check in with your colleague and make sure that we've
The
captured this.
estimates versus actuals the last 5 years for CCU. If I keep looking, I'll find more.
Thank you.
I think those are all my questions for
Thank
today.
you.
Thank you very much. So that's going to conclude this hearing. The this was the 6th of 8 oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having. The next hearing will be tomorrow, beginning at 9:30 in the morning in this room, where we will hear testimony regarding UDC, Deputy Mayor for Education, the State Board of Education, and the Charter School Board. The time is